Race fans, the 100% Cup Series welcomes you to Charlotte Motor Speedway for the running of the A Billion Wood Projects LLC.com Charlotte 600. I'm Andre Graham Bush, joined in the booth alongside Carlos Acosta, pulling double duty today. He's going to be working the cameras, bringing all the action to your TVs and computers, and he's also going to be popping in here and there, providing a little bit of co-commentary when he can. So a big shout out to Carlos for doing a little bit of extra workload, a little bit short staff today, so a big help and a big thank you. Got some track conditions on screen, not on track. This is off to a great start. 74 degrees and 33% condensation. Partly cloudy, 3-mile-an-hour wind, but the wind isn't really going to affect it too much. This is going to be largely affected by the day-to-night transition. Of course, right now we are in the full shine of the sun right now. Track's a little bit warm. Everybody's kind of slip-sliding around. This is a long race, and as things progress, the sun's going to go down. We're going to find ourselves under the lights, and it's going to be a completely different dynamic, so it'll be quite a bit of fun. Pretty big field for the race tonight, looking like we may wind up with our full 40-car field for the longest race of the season, and I think that's the headliner as we watch these guys work their way around the track in practice. This race is going to be one of the more difficult ones for sure. Only one 600-mile race in the entire season, and you're looking at it. It's going to be one of the most demanding races, I would say, more than any road course we've been to, more than any short track, just because it's going to be what you would normally expect from a NASCAR endurance race. Then you stack another 100 miles on top, so very interesting to see. But real quick, I just want to take a look at some lap times in practice for the time being. Top of the board in practice is Jonathan Delaney. I don't think there's a surprise there. John's had one heck of a season so far. He ran a 29.8. And I know that some of these drivers, when they were practicing on fresh tires at night, which is where the track state will be later on, they were getting down into the 2s and the 3s. So we're going to see some really fast lap times tonight. And the competition very close as well. The top 3 separated by only a few hundredths of a second. Adam Benefiel with a 29.864 to Delaney's 29.837. Dustin Hall with a 29.885. So Team Conti setup's doing pretty good. Top 3, Ralph Hutchison, teammate to John Delaney. He's 4th, 29.903. Running out the top 5 in practice. Robert Miller in that 15 machine, 29.910. So very close competition. About a minute and a half left before we get to the grid. Carlos, I'm going to bring you in here. I know you're working the cameras and stuff. Don't want to put too much of a load on you, but this race is so unique, and it's such a challenge for the drivers. What are you expecting to see tonight? And if you had to make a pick, who's it going to be?
Well, to answer your first question, what I'm expecting to see tonight is fatigue. This is going to be a race of attrition. You got 600 miles, 400 laps, but not only that extra 100 miles, that means we're going to have an extra stage. So 4 stages overall. So we're going to have 3 stage winners and then a final race winner. And as far as picks, you can't go wrong with Delaney. He's up there in points, and if not him, I can either see him with Benefield also challenging in there for the mix. But speaking of points, let me go ahead and pull them up right now. It's been a while since we had them. And John Delaney's got 5 wins, so he's at the top of the board. With Nick Ottinger, who's a rookie, part-time rookie. Has he won every single race that he's driven?
Yeah, I believe he ran 3 races, won all 3 of them, and puts him 2nd in points.
Well, how about that? We also got another rookie, Matt Long, 3rd in points, currently because of the win that he got. Adam Benefield in 4th, Dustin Hall, and RJ Root. Those are all your winners so far this season. But I want to ask you something. We're almost halfway through the season, almost halfway through the regular season, and what's your surprise when you see this points graphic?
Well, there's a few surprises looking at this. I mean, number one, just the fact that we have Coke Series drivers among the field here is really impressive. Never would have predicted the meteoric rise of this league as time has gone on, just the names that it's attracted and how big that this has really become. That's a huge surprise, a good surprise. And another surprise to me is Lucas Huitsma being 171 points back, no wins. He's the first driver in points without a win that's not locked in. Not a surprise that he's doing well. A surprise that he hasn't got a points-paying win yet, because every single week he's in contention. Every single week he is racking up points, getting podium finishes. I can't even tell you how many top threes he has this year. But not quite to the point of getting a points-paying win. He did win the All-Star race at Chicagoland last week, so we'll see if maybe he can bring some momentum there. But we are finally gridding up. Look at that long row of cars. And we do have our starting grid for the Billion Wood Project, LLC.com 600. Jonathan Delaney on pole in that number 6 machine. Ralph Hutchison is back as well for LDR here in second place. That's going to be row 1. Row 2 is going to be Robert Miller and Lucas Huitsma. Row 3, Robert Anderson, Jason Baker. Jason Baker had a good run in the All-Star, so another driver may be carrying some speed from last week. Matt Long, Ryan Ducombe is going to be row 4. Row 5 goes to Jeffrey Souza and Damian Acerenze. Outside of the top 10, we've got Neil Pearson and Tanner Marty being 11 and 12 respectively. And looking back from 12th, got Michael Christopher and Adam Benefield, 13-14. Chad Edwards, Sean O'Brien Jr., 15 and 16. 17th and 18th, going to go to Dustin Hall and Taylor Stout. Blake Giglio and Raymond Root round out your top 20. Outside of the top 20, Tyler Pinsino, Dalton Mobley in the number 77 on that outside row. Sammy Borey and Ross Brockman, who I believe was a rookie in the All-Star race, now making an appearance here in a points-paying race. Bryson Alexander, P25, Jason Taylor, 26th. Kevin Steele, Kyle Ammon, going to be 27-28. Cameron Stone, Randy Drumhiller, 29 and 30. 31st, 32nd, Jason Gibson and Bryce Hoffman, a surprise late entry to the race. And Mars Hickenbottom, Alex Prince, and behind them, Chad Sanner, Preston McRae, going to be 35-36.
Heard some interesting things last week behind the scenes in the broadcast, such as me mispronouncing somebody's name because somebody was fed up and made a joke.
Yeah, we might touch on that later in the broadcast. I'm sure there'll be plenty of time. But the pace car pulls off, and the longest race of this season is underway with Jonathan Delaney getting on that loud pedals, teammate by his side, but not for long, as that number 6 gets out to an early lead. Teammate tucks in behind him. Robert Miller firmly in third. Lucas Huitsma there in fourth. Robert Anderson in the Tide ride, and that is a great paint scheme, especially for the number 11. He's going to be P5. And look at this. We got a battle for second place. Robert Miller in that number 15 drives down to that blue line. And I'll tell you what, Carlos, that blue line, that is going to be the ticket all night long. Everything I've heard from these drivers, there is exactly one lane that has grip, there is one lane that has speed, and it's right on that blue line. So that's where they're going to try to be all night long. That's how Robert Miller got a bit of an advantage there through 3 and 4. 1 and 2 is a little bit more forgiving. You can actually run the high line in 1 and 2 if you're careful. And the bottom lane isn't a huge advantage. You can see the 54 now getting a big run on the outside, but the 15's got the preferred line through 3 and 4. I think the reason that paint and that blue line is so important in 3 and 4 is just because the corner itself is tighter. So we got a little bit of netcode contact, and that's going to send the 15 back a few car lengths, giving Ralph Hutchison second place to himself. Lucas Huitsma sneaks in front of his teammate there. Now we've got Jason Baker in the 51 challenging Robert. But as I was saying, right when that happened, that corner's a little bit tighter, and that may be why the 15 got a little tight, slid up into Hutchison there. 1 and 2, sweeping corner, very forgiving. You can roll in, roll out. 3 and 4 gets real tight on exit. You want to be on that blue line, be on the apron, get as much rotation as you can, and if you can't, well, we saw what happens with Robert Miller. Looking a little bit further back from the top 5, though, we've really gone single file for quite a ways. Everybody's pretty calm. We got a bit of a battle between Dustin Hall and Sean O'Brien Jr. Dustin Hall rocking the same paint scheme he was running in the All-Star race, a bit of a reference to the old iRock series. He's on the outside of the number 65 machine, and he's really the lone competitor trying to run the high side and trying to make some positions up. I think it's a bit of a bold move early on, maybe as the tires where the high line's going to come in, but you can see it's costing Dustin dearly. The 16 is going to get around him in the tribal. Now the 64, I believe that Sammy Borey, he's trying to make some ground up going into this corner now. But the one car, again, a little bit of speed on the high line in 1 and 2. It's only when they get to 3 and 4 that you cannot afford to be up there. So Dustin's actually going to switch lanes, move down to the bottom. Now he's going to try another overtake on Sean O'Brien Jr. This time he's got the preferred line, and it's going to work. He's going to use the draft from the number 4, Chad Edwards, and there he is, up one more position into 17th. A little bit further behind these guys, another battle, RJ Root, Taylor Stout. These guys are currently battling for a top 20 position. RJ has had an interesting season, getting a win at Dirt Bristol and having some rough races as of late. Looking to get back on the ball a little bit of a comeback, hopefully, for this driver, and seems to have some confidence going into this race, as we have got a lot of two-wide racing a little bit further back in the field now. Everybody's kind of stacking up in this little pack. Sammy Borey, Chad Edwards, Blake Giglio, Taylor Stout, RJ Root, these guys all side by side, and the driver that's right behind him watching this all happen, that's Kevin Steele in the Coca-Cola / Sprite machine. We got a spin on the backstretch. Sean O'Brien Jr. I'm going to try to dial up a 3x TV replay. I heard Kevin Steele actually call that out on the radio before I even seen it happen, because he was right behind it. Take a look at the replay. Keep your eye on that number 65. A little bit squirrely out of the corner, and that was just a bit of an overcorrect, which I don't have the math, I don't have the statistics, but I'd have to say overcorrects in this next-gen car are the leading cause of DNFs and damage. Take another look at it here. Out of turn one, again, the more sweeping of the corners, and just snapped to the right, got a little loose, tried to correct it, and it went away. Luckily, not too many cars getting involved in that. There was a lot of cars behind him, so that could have been worse.
64. Yeah, Sammy Borey unfortunately got the really bad end of the stick there. And, well, as you mentioned, these cars, they're prone to overcorrection very easily. The slip angle, much smaller compared to the previous generation car. And that's something that we've also been seeing in real life, not just in iRacing. Is these drivers, they've been losing control, and the moment they do the old flick of the wrist, that car usually tends to go straight up into the outside wall. So unfortunately, a couple heavy damage to both the 65 and the 64 car. As we got about, I want to say, 10 or so drivers going down Pear Road right now, starting with Neil Pearson. All the way down to Alex Prince, and I believe number 19 of Tyler Pincinel. He stayed out, but I think he started the race behind Pear Road because he is a lap down.
Yeah, a lot of takers early on. Now, there is a tire limit in this race as usual. So I'm not sure if these guys are taking tires or maybe just topping off on fuel, with the stages being an even 100. If things were to stay green and things were to play out ideally, we would be seeing a green flag stop in every single stage. I think they can go anywhere between 60 to 70 laps roughly on fuel, probably somewhere between there, but definitely not 100. So we'll see how that plays out. I think anybody who pits here still can't make it. But they do get themselves closer, and maybe just trying to put themselves a little bit further back in the track position as well. Don't want to be up in the mix when these guys are battling it out so tough, which I am surprised. A lot of side-by-side racing. These guys really are racing pretty hard for the beginning of a 400-lap race. So I asked the chat. I don't know if we can make an actual poll out of this. That would be Carlos's side of things here. But how many cautions do you guys think we're going to get home? Those of you watching it, or that we're going to get here, those of you watching at home. I think in terms of cautions, yellow flags tonight, I'm going to make a guess. I'm going to say 10 cautions total for 400 laps, which would be relatively spaced out. That would be, I would say, fair for 400 laps, but we'll see. I asked the chat, what do you guys think? Obviously, a caution early on might seem like we're going to be front heavy on the cautions, but you never know with these races. We're going to have to wait and see. Lights are still on the pace car, so we're going to go around again and get these guys sorted out. Some drivers still trying to get into their positions after coming down pit road and getting their cars serviced. Jonathan Delaney still holding on to the lead at the time of that caution, so he'll be out front. Didn't miss anything while we were following some of those battles a little bit further back. Delaney, Hutchison, Huitsma, Baker, Miller, pretty much all running where they were running when we last checked. Anderson in the number 11, he's going to be P6. Matt Long slowly working his way up the order. He's there in 7th. Souza 8th. Michael Christopher in 9th. Ryan Ducombe in P10. And it's going to be quite the interesting restart. I got to wonder if these guys don't calm down a little bit knowing that it's such a long race and seeing that we had an incident so early. But again, I don't think that incident was necessarily one of aggression. I think it was just what these guys have been struggling with all year long. This car is so unpredictable. These guys will tell you, you go into the corner the same way 100 times, and the 99th time it might do something completely different, and you're not sure why it did what it did, or what changed and why the car did something out of your control. But it's very unpredictable at times, and this track especially has been challenging for these guys. I know my team in particular, and SBR and Ace Moneymaker, I've been talking to all these guys, and they've been really struggling with the setups, just trying to figure out what works, what doesn't, trying to find that balance between being fast and being comfortable, because obviously loose is fast, but this track in particular is probably one of the looser 1.5s, save for Atlanta. And so with this car being the way that it is, you don't want to be too loose, because as displayed by Sean O'Brien Jr., you get a little bit too sideways and there may not be much saving it. So balancing act for these crew chiefs and team owners, trying to figure out what they can get away with and what they can't on the setup. And even more complicating things, the fact that we're starting in the day, which is going to be where you want one type of setup, and then we're going to be finishing at night when you want a completely different setup. So you kind of got to choose what you're building your car for. And I'd imagine a lot of these guys have cars set up for nighttime, so they'll be struggling in the day. But the pace car pulls off. Jonathan Delaney not really wasting any time. He's on the loud pedal, but a much better start for Ralph Hutchison, not losing near as much ground to his teammate there. And he's going to put Lucas Huitsma in third. Jason Baker fourth. And we got a side-by-side battle for a top 5 position between Robert Miller and Robert Anderson. It's the Robert and Robert show. These guys side by side down the back straightaway. Miller has the advantage on this low line, and it looks like the 11 is going to concede the position. Miller got a little loose there, but he was able to complete the pass regardless. Look at this, the number 38, Jeffrey Souza, in 7th. Now you might notice he's driving the number 38 machine, usually piloted by... I've actually drawn a blank here. not Preston McRae. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. I'll get it. Brandon Pierce. Yes, sir. Brandon Pierce. Drew a blank. Normally piloted by Brandon Pierce. He is out for tonight. They found a fill-in in Jeffrey Souza. Normally a bit of a crew chief, kind of works on building setups for Silver Bullet, helps out in that aspect. But now he's behind the wheel, and right now, actually the highest running Silver Bullet car. So pretty impressive there. Yep, there.
Oh, no,
looks like we got a wreck.
What a save.
I believe that was
Chad Edwards. Yeah, you're right. I'll see if I can pull up a replay if you just want to keep on talking.
Yeah, we'll try to dial up a 3YTV replay there, see what happened to Chad. I'm going to assume same old song and dance we're going to see a lot tonight. Just the car got a little bit squirrely on him, as happened so many times in this machine. But right now on your screen, as we dial up this replay, we're just kind of following along with the number 40. So we've got a 3YTV multicam top of your screen. That is the replay. Some cars coming out of pit road, but that was not the cause of the incident. The Ford just a little loose in the middle of the corner, which is interesting. Usually when you see this car snap loose, it's on exit or on entry, not usually in the center, which is exactly where that Ford car just kind of snapped around.
They did a really fantastic job of not getting that car fully around. Is going back to what I mentioned earlier with the new cars and how quickly it is to get these cars out of control. Usually when the car gets sideways, you don't have that much side force that they used to have in your car. Now the panels are rounded off. They're not as flat against the wind, so when you get sideways, there's less air pressure putting it back in place, and so cars just go around completely. Did a fantastic job to not do that and bring out the second caution. And while he lost a lot of spots, he gained a lot of pride within himself.
Absolutely. Not easy to save these cars once they get sideways. That was a pretty good battle we're following there, kind of following along with Cam Stone and the number 40 machine. Cam said before the race that if he were to wreck prematurely, he'd be joining us in the booth. But he said that mostly he just wants to have a good run. If he has it his way, he won't be in the booth at all tonight, except for maybe a podium interview, because Charlotte has historically not been too kind to him, and he's had a few rough races as of late. He said he wants to get back on the horse and just kind of perform where he knows he should be performing. And just trying to be consistent, be there at the end tonight as we go on board with Robert Miller in the 4th position. He's battling side by side for that position at the moment. You can see Jason Baker on the outside, just trying to pinch him down, try to take away that line, but doing so, I would say, in a very respectful manner. I think Jason Baker could pinch him down more than he's doing, but he's just kind of leaving him enough room that if the 15 gets a little sideways, if he gets a little squirrely, he's not immediately going to slide up into his door. You can see the inputs on the steering wheel, a little bit different than last year's. Actually seems with this car that they're giving less steering input into the corner. Like the car just has more natural mechanical grip and a little bit better rotation. Of course, again, comes at the cost of a little bit worse stability. But Jason Baker holding strong on this high line. He is not giving up, and that's really the first time we've seen tonight that anybody's been able to hold their own on that high line in both ends of the track. 1 and 2, sure, high line's been pretty good all night, but 3 and 4, it seems like every time you're on the high line, you give up a position, but not Baker. He's sticking right with the number 15, trying to get that position. Not quite going to get there. Now Robert Miller is clear, and it looks like Anderson is going to try to sneak by on the bottom as well. So it didn't quite work out for Baker, but it was a valiant effort and probably the best effort we've seen on the high line so far. But again, Carlos, I think that high line is going to get better and better as these tires start to wear down, and especially as the track temps go down.
Most definitely, for sure. One thing I do kind of like about Robert Miller's car is if you take a look at it, that car will most definitely be illegal in NASCAR's eye. I should say the paint scheme should definitely be illegal in NASCAR's eye. Usually NASCAR demands a very symmetrical style of paint scheme. If one side is one color, the other side should also be that color. And well, I gotta say, it's very nice and refreshing to see a car like this, and I like it.
Yeah, that rule has always been a bit baffling to me. Obviously, it was not a rule in the early 2000s. We had a lot of split sponsor paint schemes back in the early 2000s. Some of you guys who played the old EA games might remember them. I think there was one that was like Valvoline on one side and something on the other side, and we saw that quite often. I think there was an M&M's car as well that did that. And then they changed that around the Car of Tomorrow era. They said, nope, paint scheme's got to be symmetrical. Then they found out that with this forward number, it's almost impossible to make a properly symmetrical scheme. So they have soft removed the rule. They didn't get rid of it entirely, but you can have asymmetrical schemes at NASCAR's approval. So you have to submit the paint scheme, say, hey, can we do this? And there is a chance that they will approve schemes that are not the same on both sides. So it's interesting. I think we had a couple schemes already this year that are slightly different on one side than the other in real life. So kind of a neat little thing. Something that a lot of people haven't really noticed because they don't really talk about it a lot. But that was one rule that, again, maybe it's just me being nostalgic for the early 2000s and some of the more obscure paint schemes. But I always thought that rule was kind of unnecessary, and I'm glad they're working towards doing away with it. But we got a change for the lead. We haven't really noticed it, but Ralph Hutchison at some point was able to get around his teammate for the lead, although not by much. Look at this. They are bumper to bumper. And John is going to try to make this move on the low line. There he goes. A little bit of help from Lucas Huitsma in the 07. A little bit of draft help gets Jonathan Delaney back to the lead, but it's impressive that the 54 was able to pass him at all, because the number one complaint that I've heard, other than the car's handling and how difficult this track has been for these guys, has been passing. iRacing recently did do a bit of a change to the aerodynamics, as Robert Miller gets a little bit sideways there.
A little scary.
iRacing did do a change to the aerodynamics, and the draft is less powerful, as is the side draft. So as a result, passing is inherently more difficult, especially at 1.5 miles. So to see some good passing going on tonight already is very promising. As the 54 moving in the wrong direction now. He was in the lead, fell back to second. Now he was in third, back to fourth. So just bleeping positions might have upset his tires. Maybe got a little sideways and has to cool those things down. So that's going to put Miller up to third, I apologize. And look at this gaggle of cars behind him. Man, oh man. Jason Baker, Robert Anderson, Matt Long, all battling. A little bit of contact from Anderson on the 54. The 54 was trying to take away that line, said, no, you are not getting underneath me going into this corner. But Anderson did not give up. He stayed on that bumper. And he's going to be rewarded for it, Carlos. Look at this. Drag race down the back straightaway. Drafting help from the 51 to the 11 might play out very similar to that lead change we saw a moment ago. A bump draft from the 51. Huge shove. Anderson does a phenomenal job of holding onto that thing, and that's going to put him clear up into the position as now Ralph Hutchison finds himself in another side-by-side battle. This guy can't catch a break, Carlos.
I don't think you can even do that with last year's car. Getting that close to somebody in the middle of the corner, and well, I don't know if that was more to do with driver skill or iRacing just not transferring the bump as hard as it looked. But what a great job on both drivers to not lose control. Could have been really easy to do that, bring out the second caution of the night. But yeah, wow, that definitely brought some excitement there in the middle of that corner. Can't wait to see what they're going to do, especially at night when the temperatures get colder and the grip gets higher.
Oh boy, we got a big shot to the 38. I'm not sure if we caught that, but
we caught that.
Man, oh, man, the 38 just got a shove from Michael Christopher, and that was not in the middle of the corner. That was on corner entry, which is arguably worse. And somehow they both sorted it out, but I think that was kind of Michael's way of saying, hey, buddy, I'm here. I'd like to make this pass if it's not too much trouble, and it looks like he will get around on the low line. I'm not sure Souza wants to battle too hard right now, especially when he knows that the 70 is willing to make this a contact sport at the moment. He's going to drop back into 9th place here. And behind him, you've got Ryan Ducombe just kind of watching this all happen. He's been lurking around the top 10 all night. Got another side-by-side duel here. Jason Baker, Matt Long. Through the tribal, they are going to be working their way into turn 1 and single filing out. Actually, Baker kind of conceding that position. I think he got out of the throttle for just a minute. As they work out of 2, Baker gets a good run here. Up at the front of the field, we're starting to see a little bit of separation. Jonathan Delaney starting to gap the 07 of Lucas Huitsma just a little bit. He's got about 3/10 on him. And then about another 5/10 back to Robert Miller in 3rd. Robert Anderson, though he's in 4th, he's actually slowly catching up to these guys in front of him after being engaged in that battle earlier. So that's a bit of an improvement here so far. Good night for Robert Anderson thus far. Matt Long, Ralph Hutchison, teammates here. LDR boys going at it. And that's the thing about these LDR guys, man. They're teammates, and they share setups, and they get along great off the track, but they're just, they're the kind of competitors that a teammate is just another competitor. They're going to fight you for that position. They're not going to give you any special privileges. There's not going to be any LDR team orders. Their team orders are just to go out on track, race as hard as they can, and whoever comes out on top comes out on top. So whenever you see these guys battling, have no doubts that they are absolutely driving that car to their full ability, and they are not just taking it easy on each other. As we got a bit of a slide out of Michael Christopher is actually going to allow Ryan Ducombe to sneak in the door. Right here, he's going to take P8. Something, I don't know, Carlos, something might be up with Michael Christopher here. He did not look good getting into that corner, a little bit sideways, and kind of not posting the lap times that he was. Looking at his laps, trying to get over to race laps if I can. Yeah, he dropped about 0.2 of a second in the last 3 or 4 laps.
The big drop for sure. I do want to mention that we had at least for the moment, a retiree. Number 26 of Bryson Alexander has taken his number 26 machine down behind the wall and has reported that he is having internet issues right now. So it's definitely not stable, and I believe he retired on his own accord. So if he does come back, we'll let you know. But for the time being, any 26 fans out there, he is currently behind the wall in the garage.
And depending on your outlook on this race, that's either the most disappointing thing to have internet issues take you out early, or the most relieving. Because on one hand, of course, you're frustrated, you can't compete, and you're taken out by something out of your control. But at the same time, a lot of these drivers were not looking forward to driving 400 laps here at Charlotte, 600 miles. And there might be a side of them that's sitting there saying, you know what? If I was going to get knocked out of any race early, this might be the one.
Yeah, go out, call a couple friends, get some pizza, come over, watch a movie. It's all relaxing. Enjoy the nice Saturday night here. We got Memorial Day coming up tomorrow, and then of course Monday is a federal holiday. So for the majority of the people out there, you're all gonna be relaxing on Monday. I know I will. But especially after all those many 100 miles, I'm gonna be watching it for real life television tomorrow.
I got another poll for the ladies and gentlemen watching at home. I'm going to be coming up with these all night long because if I'm going to be rambling pretty much... Whoa!
Oh no!
Ryan Ducombe takes the chicane. Down to pit road, no caution flag.
Oh, just nudged it. He'll be fine.
Don't tell me. He does it! He stops in his pit stall!
He's over. He's over the line.
Oh, man.
What happened?
You know what? He might have been over the line. I'm calling it safe. What a move. Oh, man. Unfortunate. Let's see if we can dial up a 3-wide TV replay here. It's a little squirrely coming out of the corner. Maybe some arrow loose. Looked like he might be able to use the chicane run off to his advantage, but then down into pit road, and watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the pit board if it comes in. Yep, right there. The number 99. That is his stall.
I gotta say,
pit road entry.
He must have heard me talking about inviting some boys over, getting some pizza and watching a movie, and he's like, I want to do that, because it looked like when he got loose, he decided, yeah, my race is done. And just brought it down pit road, stopped, and it's like, let's grab a couple beers.
Yeah. But anyways, as I was saying before, Michael Christopher made the best pit road entry I've ever seen. A poll to the ladies and gentlemen watching at home before Memorial Day. Obviously, a lot of families are going to be having some cookouts, maybe some picnics, and enjoying the full weekend of racing. They call it the greatest weekend in motorsports. Formula One, NASCAR, IndyCar. What do you guys prefer, hot dogs or hamburgers? The eternal debate, back and forth. I wouldn't be able to cast just one vote. I'd take both. But in fact, I generally do take both. But
maybe three options: hot dogs, hamburgers, or both.
Yes, we will
because
put a third option.
Ever since you talked about adding a new poll, it was gonna be over winning by 2 votes, but now it's a tied game. It's 50-50.
Interesting. The poll's getting exciting, as is the racing. We got not a whole lot of separation up front. Lucas Huitsma about 7/10 back, so falling back to Delaney just a little bit, but as the tires wear, I mean, you're going to see him drop a slight amount, not too big of a surprise. Robert Miller 1.3 seconds back, and right here, look at this battle between Adam Benefiel, Ralph Hutchison. These guys are trying to sort out who's going to be in 7th place, as they both run down 6th place Jason Baker. Benefiel started a little bit further back in the grid, but being Adam Benefiel, again, I think he might have just done that on purpose. I think he just wanted to drive through this field because that seems to be what he does every week. His qualifying position is probably one of the most irrelevant statistics, I think, in the entire league, because it almost has nothing to do with where he runs in the race or where he finishes. He always finds a way, it seems like.
I have asked the community, hot dogs or hamburgers?
Still not able to shake the number 54 completely. Adam Benefiel is slowly reeling in the next car in line, but he's doing so with the 54 in tow. These guys are pretty evenly matched, I would say, right now in terms of pace. Kind of tells me these guys have a little bit better long run setups maybe than some of these guys up front, especially during the daytime. And again, you got to think a lot of these guys are struggling because they have set their cars up for the conditions that we'll be finishing under. Obviously, the last lap is the one that matters. So for finishing at night under the lights and in cool temps, that's what you're going to build this setup for. And until that sun goes down and the lights come on, you're going to be working with a subpar setup and waiting for that car to come to life. Another battle on screen right here. That's the 29 on the bottom lane, trying to work his way around, I believe, the number 62 machine. And he does. Drives away with that. I believe that's Dalton Mobley behind them. They're in 21st. Dalton making a good effort tonight to get through all 400 laps. The endurance aspect just going to be tough for all these guys.
A quick update of the poll so far: 50%.
All right, 50% cut between hot dogs and hamburgers. That's that seems about right. Although, you know, it really doesn't actually, because it seems like either, you know, every time I'm at a cookout, I see what people take, and it's either just a burger or it's a burger and a hot dog. But I feel like people very rarely just take a hot dog. So that's it's interesting that we're 50-50 so far. Of course, that's just me
I
and
usually
my.
prefer hot dogs over hamburgers, but I do kind of agree with you. I feel like if I'm gonna have a hot dog, I'm gonna have it with something else. I'm not just gonna have one hot dog.
Right, you need like either two
Pit
hot dogs and some
stops.
chips.
Well, I think chips is
Something.
there regardless, whether it's one
Oh
hamburger
yeah, yeah.
or a couple hot dogs.
Maybe some fries with a hot dog. Some nice deep fried French fries. But as you said, pit stops underway. Looks like we've got Jason Taylor and Ralph Hutchison being the two earliest adopters. And of course, I think this is going to be the strategy for a lot of these drivers. We're pretty much splitting the stage in half, trying to get the most out of your tires. When you do this, you're kind of minimizing the time that you spend on old tires. Of course, if the stage is 100 laps and you stay out 60, well then you spent 60 laps on one set of tires and only 40 on another, so you're not really using the extra speed to its fullest advantage. So cutting it in half, good strategy. I'm surprised that not many more cars have ducked down already. The wave down pit road is just taking a little bit longer than expected. Top of your screen, that's the number
Huitsma.
56, trying to tail Sammy Bori. Now Huitsma coming down pit road in that patriotic scheme. You may notice a few patriotic schemes. Of course, again, it is Memorial Day weekend, so a lot of red, white, and blue, a lot of patriotic schemes. And man, oh man, that changes things. Cars having already come down pit road, cars that are on pit road, and the yellow flag is going to disrupt this pit sequence entirely.
I'm being told Miller has crashed, but don't know if that is correct or not. Let's go back and see if maybe that's what happened.
It was Miller.
Ooh.
Caliper. Oh man.
And
not
that right
sure
there
if he just missed the pit road entry and then the grass caught him. Lucky to not. Weird. I don't know. It just seemed like he got loose. I don't think he was even trying to pit. Just catching some air off the chicane bump there. So we rewind a little bit, maybe take a better look at it.
Oh, what happened there? Did he just get loose?
Yeah, I want to say he was not trying to pit. I think he might have just got loose, and then very similar to the 99, except he was able to kind of save it, caught some air right there through the infield grass, and as he slid back up on the track, he is very lucky that nobody got into him here, and his car was able to be left without a chip in the paint.
A huge blow for those guys that went down pit road a couple laps earlier. They're gonna find themselves a lap down, and if they get the lap back, they're also gonna find themselves with a couple lap old tires. Not gonna play too much of a difference though. I was monitoring the guys that did go down pit road that first caution, and it was kind of mixed. A couple drivers went up a little bit, but it was relatively the same. Not that big of a deal. So, still though, huge blow in terms of track position for those guys that went down early.
Yeah, it looks like Ralph Hutchison may get the Lucky Dog Award, so a little bit of a break for him. Obviously, he won't be nearly as far up the running order as he would have been if this played out organically, but being on the lead lap is still a bit of a consolation. Meanwhile, Jason Taylor not going to get the same grace. He's going to be a lap down, and he's going to have to try to stay the first car on the lap down until the next caution, be it a caution for cause or the stage caution, at which point he will be able to get back on the lead lap. Now, luckily for Jason, he doesn't have a whole lot of competition behind him. Damaris Hickenbottom is 2 laps down, so I don't think...
We have something going on here. The top 4 4 drivers stayed out, and they haven't gone down pit road. 2 of those are giving up a bunch of positions, like I said, they got a penalty. That we're looking at right now, the 09 and Dustin Hall, they stayed out. And now the top 2 up ahead have gone down pit road. So it seems like they just wanted to lead a lap. But it's pretty weird. I don't know what's going on with those drivers that are giving us spots right now.
Yeah, and as they come down pit road, I'm not certain. I think Huitsma already came down pit road one time under that initial caution, and now he's coming down pit road again. Michael Christopher was on pit road when this caution came out, I believe.
Yes, he was.
So now he's coming down again. Just trying to sort everything out, I suppose.
I wonder if it was drivers that were about to go down pit road. Caution came out and then they went down pit road.
Perhaps, perhaps.
That is interesting for sure. But already 54 laps into this race, and we've already had 2 cautions. So I mean, if it keeps it on like this, we could be getting around 10, maybe more than 10, which is what you were saying. And well, half the field was saying more than 10, the other half was saying less than 10. Maybe I should have put up a third option saying 10 exactly. But quick look at the this or that poll. Hamburgers is leading. They have 67% of the vote.
All right, so Hamburgers pulling ahead. I kind of expected that. I feel like Hamburgers, the advantage that Hamburgers have in this competition, right, is that a hamburger is a hamburger. It doesn't matter what brand it is. It doesn't matter where you get it. Almost every hamburger tastes the same. But hot dogs.
That is a strong message you were saying, my friend.
Every brand of hot dog tastes so wildly different and has such a wildly different texture that some people may just think they don't like hot dogs because they haven't found the type of hot dog they like, the brand that they like. Whereas burgers are just more of a universal. They more or less taste the same. I can see where they might taste a little different, from brand to brand, but the difference is minuscule compared to hot dogs. I mean, to me, a ballpark hot dog and any other brand are completely different. So maybe that's the advantage burgers have. They're just more universal. Not only that, they're more filling. Hot dogs, you could sit down, you could eat 2 or 3 of them things. You have a burger or two, you're feeling pretty full.
I will say this: there is not enough meat to bun. The ratio is just off with the hot dog, which is why we need to have a double hot dog. There needs to be a bun that can hold 2 hot dogs at the same time, and that'll make the meat to bun ratio a lot better.
I think that can be solved by just making a chili dog, which is the best type of hot dog.
Remember, it's just hot dog or hamburger. You can dress it up however you want, whatever you prefer.
Yeah. Yeah, so keep that in mind. If you like chili dogs, corn dogs, whatever you prefer.
Refract dogs.
Jonathan Delaney leads the restart, as we have seen, well, pretty much every time tonight. Except this time he's got a different teammate behind him, although a teammate all the same. Matt Long has worked his way up into second through all of this. Robert Anderson threatening to take that away. Blake Giglio in the number 16. Jason Baker, RJ Root, that's kind of your lead pack. Adam Benefield as well back here fighting for position. And look at this, Carlos, in the top 10 in 10th place. Kevin Steele had a really good race going in the All-Star. An absolutely phenomenal race. And then a late race incident took him out of it. And I think everybody was kind of disappointed to see that because he was just so consistent, so fast that night. But I think whatever he found at Chicagoland, I think he brought to Charlotte with him, because another good performance so far, as he's now in 9th place. They're going side by side in front of him, which is just going to help his cause even more, allow him to reel them in. And another yellow flag, 3rd caution for cause.
Oh, no, big wreck. Well, not that big of a wreck, but now 2 drivers have been involved.
I believe that's the number 62, one of the cars involved.
See if I can pull up a replay here.
Throughout TV replay, gonna give us a better view of what exactly transpired here.
Ooh, contact.
Little bit of help from the number 40, sent the 62 around, and oh no, man. Ooh, Randy Drumhiller. Randy did everything he could to steer clear of that incident in the 44 car. but I don't think it was enough. Nothing he could do. Look at just great response time and reaction to get down there. But unfortunately, cars behind him piling in. Jason Taylor.
involved.
Man, you hate to see it. Randy did everything right in that situation. And look at that. Man, oh man. Somebody squeaked by on the outside by the skin of their teeth there. Not entirely sure who that was. Didn't get a good look at the number.
A bunch of these drivers going down pit road now is because of the damage. Including Jason D. Baker, Neil Pearson, Ross Brockman, Jason Taylor, and Alex Princeton. Although not everybody who I just named was involved in an incident.
So I want to point out that the lucky dog is going to go to Damaris this time. So he will be 1 lap down as opposed to 2. So he is currently taking his wave around at speed, trying to catch up to this pack. That'll put another car. Actually, no. That's going to put Damaris on the lead lap according to scoring and timing. So from 2 laps down to the lead lap.
And the right side.
Yeah, not looking too good at the moment in terms of damage, but the one thing that Damaris has going for him here is that this is a long race, Carlos, and I think by the end of it, a lot of the other cars are going to look just like his.
All right, I got a bone to pick. What's up with all the hot dog hate? It's 83 to 17%. Ah, come on. Where's the Wiener gang?
Oh, come on. Now, hot dogs aren't that bad. I mean, especially a ballpark. A ballpark is the best dog out there. I'm not even going to argue that. If you think otherwise, you're objectively wrong. But hot dogs are good. You know, they go good with anything. You know, you can make chili dogs. You can make a sloppy dog with Sloppy Joe, you know, which is kind of like, if you think about it, a burger hot dog.
I'm just hungry now. I just want a hot dog.
Not to mention, hot dogs are a lot quicker to cook. You know, you throw one of those on the grill, minute and a half later, you got food. You know, the burger, you're going to be sitting there, you're going to be waiting 5, 6 minutes, maybe even more. Unless you're my brother-in-law, then you just put one on the grill, take it off while it's still pink and cold, and then eat it. He did that one time. Never let him live that down.
Some people
actually, the full story there was somebody else had put the burger on the grill. And he walked up to the grill under the impression that it had been there for a while. So he just grabbed it, ate the whole thing. It had been there for about 30 seconds before he grabbed it. He was too afraid to insult my mother's cooking to say anything about the fact that this burger was cold. He did not realize that he grabbed the wrong ones. So that's been a bit of a Memorial Day gag with him every single year, trying to give him a cold burger.
We got Rasha McCrae asking, what about bratwursts?
Brats are pretty good, especially cheddar brats, the ones that have like the melted cheese in the middle. Those are pretty good.
My local 7-Eleven has cheeseburger dogs, which are just burgers that are in the shape of a hot dog, got cheese down the middle, and you eat it with like hot dog buns.
Interesting. Also, while we're on the topic of brats,
I don't blame that. I blame the fact that it's 7-Eleven.
That is very possible. I've not had a lot of good food experiences from a 7-Eleven. But another good brat, jalapeno brats. Jalapeno cheddar, even better.
Can't complain about that. We're going to be going green this time by. Going to see if we can get another green flag run to finish this first stage. And it looks like Jonathan Delaney is going to be a clear favorite to clear this first stage, and maybe more.
Yeah, he definitely seems to have had the best car all night, but I tell you what, you can't count out some of these guys behind him. Robert Anderson has been pretty stout, as has Matt Long. Matt Long really worked his way through the grid with some haste and showed that he's got some muscle underneath that hood, so we'll see what these guys can do if either of them have anything for Jonathan Delaney. But man, John just having this pretty much the season of his life, just a breakout year, so many wins, so many top fives, so much speed, and he's going to get a great restart here ahead of his teammate as they really cluster up behind him. Adam Benefield has to get out of the throttle for just a moment. Now he's going to try to slide down in front of the 89 of Taylor Stout, keep him behind as he follows Blake Giglio in the number 16. Blake Giglio actually just becoming official for LMM this week. Robert Miller is going to be deployed overseas for his military service coming up very soon. So he stepped down as a team driver and asked me if I would hire Blake as a replacement driver. So this is his first race for LMM, doing good up there in the top 5, and we'll see what the rest of the season has for him. We've also had a few more team rumblings, and I don't want to say too much because I can talk about my team all day long and feel like I'm not disclosing anything that I shouldn't, but there's been some silly season rumors rumbling, and I'll just say that among some of the other teams. Look at this, Robert Miller, who did get sideways earlier, causing one of those cautions, working his way back up through the field. He's trying to get this position from Kevin Steele, but look at that speed on the high line. 24 takes it back with ease. Now through 3 and 4, the 15 is going to make another lunge at it, down on that white and blue paint. What a send through the center of the corner. He's actually going to get the position that time. Kyle Ammon right behind Kevin Steele, or as we like to call him, Carlos, Kyle Amoon.
No, shut up.
So I said we'd get to it. I guess maybe we should tell the story here. Kyle Ammon, back when the league first began, he was in either the first season or the second season, very early in the league. One of our commentators that was working with us had assumed that his name was pronounced Kyle Amoon, and he'd gotten pretty much every other driver name pronunciation correct, so I just kind of went along with it. I'm like, well, if that's what he says it is, that's what it is. So we called him Kyle Amoon for the better part of a season. And then Kyle went to the league admins. He's like, yo guys, you need to tell your commentators, like, my name's Ammon. It's not Amoon. I don't even know where they got that idea. So me, being a little bit petty, I was like, he could have just, like, asked me or told me, like, hey, or one of the commentators or Carlos, So, and I say this as somebody who is friends with Kyle Ammon. I talk to him every day. I'm not picking on him. But I was like, because he went to the admins, I'm gonna pull a bit of a goof here, and I'm just not gonna correct anybody who's still calling him Amoon. And so Carlos never, Ammon never went to Carlos. He never went to any of the other commentators, just the admins. And I guess the admins never talked to Carlos. And so Carlos has been calling him Amoon for the better part of 2 years now, and I've just never corrected him because I found it a little bit
not only that, but I've been purposely telling people it's Amoon, like silently, not silently, like with a cold mic, telling every commentator, including Dirt here. I've been telling it's Amoon.
And I just kind of let it happen because that's just the kind of person I am, I guess. So it is indeed Kyle Ammon. But the funny thing is, Carlos, once we started calling him by the proper name, he started complaining about that. He's like, I kind of miss the Amoon calls. In every race, he'd be like, nobody called me Amoon. What's going on? So now I don't know what to call him.
I'm in the back yelling, it's Amoon, guys.
He's just playing 4D chess because now I don't know what he wants to be called. But it looks like in back to the race, in other news, Randy Drumhiller has taken it behind the wall after his incident, as has Neil Pearson, who was also involved in that last caution there. So 2 more drivers bite the dust in this 400-lap race.
This is a bloodbath. I'm gonna be closing this poll off here in just a little bit. So I'm gonna let you think about what the next poll is gonna be. But 8 votes and it's 88 to 12 favor going hamburgers. This is the biggest disappointment I've had in my life.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. I just want to know why the hot dog hate. I mean, maybe it's the slander that we've heard from like the CDC and all that about how they allow like certain amounts of like rat tails and insects in hot dogs.
Big Hamburger just ruining what's going on out here.
Exactly. It's slander from Big Hamburger trying to talk down, the hot dog boys, and trying to spread rumors about, oh, you know, there's all these disgusting things in hot dogs. It's just the stuff they don't want to use in other meats. I think it's just a big smear campaign, all right? And I refuse to bow to this propaganda.
There, it's a gigantic grease smear.
Exactly. But in the meantime, while the pole continues to be decimated by the hamburger loyalists, for shame, RJ Root is under fire. Blake Giglio in the number 16, trying to take this position on the low line if he can do it. Again, high line works in 1 and 2, but it looks like despite the 8 car having a bit of an advantage, he's gonna lose it. Robert Miller now challenging to the inside as well. Taylor Stout behind them watching this all happen. And ahead of these guys up front, I asked, does anybody have anything for Delaney? Well, it looks like Matt Long has stepped up to the plate here. Getting good runs through 1 and 2, and really strong through 3 and 4 as well. It seems like he's evenly matched with Jonathan Delaney for the moment. Of course, Matt Long does have a win this year, so no stranger to victory lane. We know that at his best, he can make a pass on this number 6, so we're just going to have to wait and see. And one thing I'm noticing, Carlos, looks like Jonathan Delaney is really struggling with front grip right now. I don't know if he drove the car a little bit too hard in the early portions, and he's kind of got the heat cycle going in the tire a little bit too early. But as he gets coming out of the corner, you see that front end just wiggle a little bit, and it washes up the track, and that's where the 97 is closing in. Just kind of skating that front end, and it's losing him so much time. Look at that send into 3 and 4 from Matt Long, closing in half a car length just by outbraking John. John gets a good exit here, though. Just kind of yo-yoing back and forth, trading off tenths of a second here and there. One corner, the advantage goes to Matt. The next corner, it goes back to John. Look at that corner entry, man. That 97 is sending her in there deep. And John just consistently getting a little better exit. So, man, I don't think this stage is said and over with, Carlos. I think this 97 might be trying to take this from John.
Oh, that's a good corner there for Long, as he's going to look on the inside here. Going to cross start finish line. The 6 is still going to have the lead, but the 97 is going to have the advantage going down into 1 and 2.
What a move. Matt Long is going to take it from John. John did lose the lead earlier to another teammate, Ralph Hutchison, early in a run. So we'll see if maybe he can get it back like he did before. But for the time being, there is so much speed in that 97. He is just on rails right now. Through 3 and 4, he actually pulls away from John a little bit more. Robert Anderson still in 3rd. He's got Adam Benefiel in 4th behind him. But these guys are pretty far separated, about a second back from the leaders. We're still battling.
Oh,
that 97 just not giving it up.
Got a quick battle here for 3rd as the 83 has popped on the inside. He's going to get a good run into the inside of the corner in 3 and 4. And advantage goes to the 83 as he's now in 3rd place, but Robert Medler is now looking into the inside of the... hold on, I lost my train of thought there for a moment. The 11, there we go, that's what I'm thinking about, as Anderson now loses 2 spots in two different laps.
So just dropping back a little bit, going the wrong way. Adam Benefiel surprising nobody with long run speed. I think we need a tally counter. How many times have I ever talked about in the history of the league Adam Benefiel's long run speed? Because it seems like that's what he always has every week. It's never a short run car with this guy. So maybe it's not even the car. Maybe he's just good at saving tires, and it kind of naturally lends itself to longer runs. They are catching up to the leaders now, as Adam Benefiel is only about 7 tenths back from Jonathan Delaney. And Benefiel's last time around was a 30.56. Our leader ran a 30.7. Benefiel 2 tenths faster while making a pass than anybody else. That car is moving.
That he is, as we got most of the field spread out. There seems to be a gigantic cluster towards the middle, but we do have some light battles going on around the track. Mostly people kind of setting themselves up to get somebody right now, but The majority of the field is spread out here with about 20 laps to go in stage number 1. And please, as a reminder, we have 4 stages tonight, each 100 laps. So first 100, stage 1, second 100, stage 2, third 100 to stage 3, and then the final victory goes after the driver who crosses lap 400 in first place.
And I should point out that with the addition of an extra stage, that means extra points up for grab. You can get 10 points, driver points, and a playoff point as well for winning actually, no, the playoff point is for winning the race, but the 10 driver points for winning the stage, remains.
You do get a playoff point for winning a stage.
Oh, do you? Okay, so
yes.
You get a playoff point and 10 driver points for winning, and you have another opportunity to do that. So this is actually, theoretically, the best points-paying race of the year with the added length. So very interesting. And look at this, Carlos. With only 18 laps to go in this stage, we have a battle brewing for the lead once again, as John has actually began to close in on the bumper of his teammate. But behind him, there's some drivers that are even faster. Adam Benefield, Robert Miller have been closing this gap little by little, just chipping away at it as, Benefield gets a little bit sideways. Robert Miller gonna slide by on the inside here.
2 times in a row. Sorry to cut you off. That is the 70 of Michael Christopher, and 2 times in a row, he's kind of moved up and kind of made contact with the driver on the outside line, and this time by, he almost lost it, almost spun out there in the exit of 4.
Yeah, Michael is struggling with that car. We've seen it all night long, just not really feeling it. I think, again, his car is going to be set up for nighttime, and the track is getting cooler. It's starting to come to him, but it's still a few laps away. It's a decent amount of time before that thing's going to be completely settled in. You can see the track temp on screen right there, 83 right now, which is still pretty warm. I would think as the sun goes down, we're going to expect that to get down into the low 70s on track. So big difference coming shortly. But look at this, Robert Miller right on Jonathan Delaney as they are both closing in on the leader. It's just a collision course here for a 3-car battle. And don't forget Adam Benefield. He might have made that mistake, gave up a little bit of time. He's just barely out of frame, but man, that 83 was just as fast as anybody, if not one of the fastest cars on the track. And he's still got that speed, even with that slide. He's just got to close back in, spend some time getting back up there. And we know that he can do it. As second place gets a really good exit there. John rocketing out of the corner, using the draft now. He's going to enter 5 feet behind his teammate. And again, the strength of Matt Long in that 97, the thing that he's doing better than anybody else is how deep he's driving into the corner. If you watch, if we could maybe go on board with Jonathan Delaney, going into the corner, his teammate is going to pull him. You see right there, look how far ahead Matt Long gets ahead of his teammate there on corner entry. He's driving it in so deep, and you would think that that's wearing the tires out, and maybe it is, but even if that's the case, it doesn't seem to be affecting the speed of Matthew Long. Look at this, again, driving it in deep. He's got some lap traffic in front of him, which could make things interesting. 13 to go, or I guess more like 12 and a half as we're on the backstretch now, and look at this, a huge run from Jonathan Delaney. He's going to give him a bit of a shot into the corner. They're going to work their way around the 65. Remember, he was involved in an incident earlier. He has returned sans a rear bumper. Exposed fuel cell, trying to limp the thing around the track, doing the best he can, but in the meantime, he's got the leaders coming up behind him. He went to the high line, and that allowed Delaney to try to close in. Look at this, Delaney down on the bottom. Matthew Long up a lane. That's going to slow him down. To the quarter panel goes John and Robert Miller. 3 wide for a moment for the lead. Miller challenging not only for second, but for the lead. Now he's going to slot into second. Man, oh man, that was a moment.
Robert Miller has pace right now, and it seems like he may be struggling on the early run. We saw how loose his car was and how out of control it is. But now that the tire temps have gone up, temperature's cooled down maybe just a little bit, and his car, it's roaring, it's on fire, and with about 11 laps to go, he's trying to get the lead from the number 97 of Matt Long. And maybe not this time by, but very soon we can be seeing a new race leader with less than 10 laps to go.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to be coming to lap 91 out of 100 in the stage. Jonathan Delaney is going to get around Matthew Long. It's going to put him down to third. Adam Benefield also on the low line now. Remember, I mentioned he just had to catch back up to these guys. Well, he's done it. He's going to try to make a claim at third place here. Can he do it? He's going to lose the advantage going into the corner. Damaris Hickenbottom going a lap down on the high line. That's going to force some of these guys into a shallow entry. Of course, that is not how you want to enter 3 and 4. 3 and 4, you want to enter right up against the wall if you can. And that did give a little bit of separation as these guys had to lift. Benefield dropping back a couple tenths to the 97. For the lead, Jonathan Delaney using that high line, looking around, trying to find some momentum here. And using that high line, he's going to get a good run down the back straightaway. And I expect him to sling down to the bottom here in 3 and 4. He does, and that's going to help him a ton. Good exit for John. John's exit speed tonight has been the strong suit. Matt Long, he's got the good entry speed, but John, it is exit speed all day. That is where he is making up time on everybody. And you might have thought that Robert Miller might drive away with it. But no, John is not letting that happen. He is hot on his tail. Whoa! Matt Long gets into the wall, just driving a little bit too hard, trying to keep up with these leaders maybe. Give the wall an old love tap, calibrating it.
Now, a 2-horse battle here for the stage win with 7 laps to go remaining. Well, I'm not going to lie to you. I really thought early into this race it's going to be the John Delaney show. But now it's going to be a 4-horse race. And the thing I'm seeing is Long and Benefield, they know that they've probably used up their car here at the end of the stage, and they could be planning as to what to do for stage 2, 3, and 4 to prevent this from happening. So we could be seeing a battle between Miller and Delaney here for stage 1, but I don't think that's going to be it. I think it's going to be these 4 drivers all night long battling for that top spot. And that final stage, stage 4, that's where the magic's really going to happen.
Absolutely. John getting a little bit squirrely out of turn 2. Giving up a little bit more time to Robert Miller. He's got some breathing room now. One thing I'm noticing quite a bit here is that the LDR cars are struggling on this longer run. They're just giving up grip. The car is not quite as planted as it was at the beginning of this stage. So I got to wonder if that's something that's going to alleviate itself when the track temp goes down. Obviously, the cooler the track, the easier it's going to be to conserve your tires. You're not sliding around as much. And so getting yourself a better long run is a little bit easier at night. And so maybe they've got their cars set up to the point where they're really fast and it's really hard on the equipment, and they're just kind of banking on the cooler track temps to nullify any ill effects of that. And right now, given the fact that it's still daylight, they don't have that saving grace, and they're just waiting, which could be possible. I remember John doing something very similar. He was not as fast during the day in the last 600-mile race here at Charlotte last year, but nighttime rolled around and he was on rails. So we'll have to wait and see. Lap 80, or I'm sorry, not 88, lap 97. That's something that happens when you're spectating cars that are laps down and iRacing tells you what lap they're on. But lap 97 for Robert Miller is going to be 98 when he crosses the line. He's only got 3 more times around the circuit to take stage 1. And again, Robert's out here pretty much just for the exhibition of it. He will not be eligible for the playoffs with the number of races that he will be missing. So he's just kind of out here to have fun, maybe get one last checkered flag before he has to step away for a while. And that'd be a pretty great send-off if he can pull it off. And again, so much speed out of that 15. Definitely has a shot at it. Coming to the line now for lap 99. He's got about 7/10 or so to John Delaney. 1.1 seconds back to his teammate Adam Benefield, 1.4 seconds. Blake Giglio now.
Something feels wrong about that list. I don't think that is accurate.
Look at these lap times.
the lap times look fine. The other graphic giving me the middle finger does not. Well, it was giving me the middle finger.
Yeah, that doesn't quite seem accurate. Well, that one does. But as we are on lap 100, Robert Miller is coming to the green and white checkered flag. It's going to secure his stage 1 victory. And it's official. The number 15, Robert Miller, takes home stage 1. Jonathan Delaney, dominant for the majority of this stage, is going to come just a little bit short in second position. There is the stage caution. So your official top 10 for this stage, all the drivers garnering points, is going to be Robert Miller, Jonathan Delaney, Matthew Long, Adam Benefield, Blake Giglio, Robert Anderson, RJ Root, Taylor Stout, Dalton Mobley in P9, getting some stage points tonight in that 77, and Lucas Huitsma rounding out your top 10, getting that last stage point. Now these guys are going to bring their cars around the track, come down pit road, get those things serviced, and while we wait for that to happen, as the hot dog hamburger poll has proven to be a bit of a blowout, unfortunately, not as even as I would have liked to see. Got another poll for you. Given that it is the greatest weekend in motorsports, they call it that, as we have the Indy 500, the Monaco Grand Prix, and the Coca-Cola 600 all happening tomorrow. What race of the three are you at home looking forward to the most? You're going to be watching all three of them? Or are you going to be more excited for one than the other? Or are you not excited for any of them? Let us know. But we'll put a poll up with the three races. Vote for the one you're looking forward to. Me personally, I think I'm looking forward to the Indy 500 the most. I think that's going to be one of the best races of the day, but the Monaco Grand Prix is going to be fun too, because this is really the first time that we've come to Monaco in a very long time with not only a car where you can actually pass, but a car that's smaller in size, and it kind of accommodates these smaller street courses. It got to the point where Monaco was almost becoming obsolete for Formula One because the cars were getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it was really a one-lane track. You couldn't fit two cars on any of the straightaways or corners, so it was kind of a follow the leader fest that a lot of people were complaining about. But now the cars are smaller, the aero makes it a little bit easier to pass, and I think for the first time in a long time, it's going to be a fantastic race. I'm looking forward to it. What about you, Carlos?
I'm the guy that just enjoys watching all three, but I'm a NASCAR guy, so I'm definitely going to be looking forward to seeing the Hendrick boys try to get another win here at the Brickyard. I'm sorry, at the Brickyard, the Coke 600.
Yes, sir. Well, I mean, there may be a Hendrick boy getting a win at the Brickyard. It just won't be in NASCAR. Jimmy Johnson making his first attempt at an Indy 500 tomorrow, of course. That's one of the big headlines. And not driving for Hendrick in Formula One, but obviously that's the team that everybody knows him from for NASCAR. Or IndyCar, not Formula One. It's been a long race already, and we're only a quarter of the way through this thing, Carlos. I'm clearly the cracks are showing already. Yes. But yeah, making an attempt in IndyCar, the Indy 500, and had a lot of pace in qualifying and practice. So who knows?
He did great at Texas.
Yeah, had a much better attempt at Texas than he has on any of the road courses. So maybe the oval side of things is his calling. A few more cars making their way down pit road, but I tell you what, we have the leader successfully having pitted. Why don't we try to bring him into the booth and have a word with him? If I can find him, one moment. Robert Miller, you got a copy?
I got you.
Well, Robert, it was an interesting stage for you. You had some pace early on. Then we saw you go ice skating through the infield, caught some air through the chicane. Somehow didn't get any damage from it, and came back to win the stage. Tell me about it.
Yeah, the first run, the car was unbelievably loose. Is getting pretty close to undrivable, so it's kind of lasting until pit stops. But yeah, and then it ended up spinning out, coming out of forward and having a little fun going through grass. Luckily, I didn't get any damage, so I made an adjustment on those pit stops, and then she came to life again for me.
Now the sun is starting to set, and I know that a lot of drivers probably have their cars set up to where they're going to be better at night, because that is when we're going to be finishing the race under the lights, and it is the last lap that counts. Are you just kind of waiting for the sun to go down and hoping that the car comes to you?
Yeah, it's just going to be staying ahead of the track because it's going to go through a bunch of evolutions of tight, loose, depending on like what time of the day it is and how everybody's running the track and stuff. So it's just be able to predict what the track's going to be like the next run, all that stuff.
All right. Well, I believe the lights are going to go off when you cross the line this time, so we'll put you back up with your team. Good luck with the rest of the race, Robert.
Appreciate it.
And he is back with his team there. So you heard him, Carlos, undrivable in that early stage, which kind of explains what we're seeing with Michael Christopher and some of these other LMM drivers. Seems like they're struggling with the setup. The car is just a little bit on edge. And I think that's the same could be said for anybody. I mean, a lot of these drivers out here tonight we've seen get sideways, have to make some snap corrections, and this track is proving to be, I would say, probably the most difficult it's been in years. Last year with the Gen 6 car, it was almost wide open on a fresh set of tires. And then even once the tires started to wear, you weren't really fighting loose so much as you were fighting tight, which meant the car was perfectly drivable, perfectly comfortable. It was just about who could conserve tires, who had the right strategy. Now, that comfort, that ease of driving, that's gone. I mean, these guys are just wrestling this car all the way around the track, and they haven't had to do that for a while.
That's well said. Currently looking at the polls so far, very early on, we only had 7 votes. That's a lot of people. Indy 500 is winning with 43% of the votes, and it's a dead tie for the other 2 races at 29%. So, wow, you guys are all very responsive today, and looks like the Indy 500 is getting a lot of love.
Yeah, the Indy 500, I think, especially with Jimmy Johnson being in the field, it's getting so much attention, and I think a lot of people are really looking forward to it, as am I. I'm looking forward to all 3 races, but that's one that I'm really looking forward to. Pace car pulls off. The number 15 is in control for the first time tonight. And it's a great start as they stack up behind him.
An interesting thing you've mentioned. This is the first restart that hasn't had John Delaney leading at it.
Yeah, it is the first time John's had to restart like the rest of them and just have to try to time it. Doesn't have that advantage, and it doesn't seem to be harming him too much. He was able to get a good start regardless, and now he's going to get to the outside of the number 11, Robert Anderson. Whoa, Matt Long. If he didn't scrape the wall, he stared the wall. That was a close call for Matt Long there.
Yeah, Techno or Tekken Zero, I'm not sure which one of those is correct, saying, I'm ready for the Monaco GP. I would love to see a Perez win as a caution is out, wrecking the backstretch.
Oh, boy.
That is Hutchinson.
Ralph Hutchison with interesting spin there. Doesn't have any damage. Try to dial up through ITV replay. Here it is. Keep your eye on that 54. Yeah, middle of the corner again. That's just like what happened to Chad Edwards. Look at that save, though, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Take a look at how it looked like on his end. That is the wrong camera angle. The moment he knew that car was gonna go around, he just mashed the gas pedal, which is also something I would do in this scenario. And he did a great job of recovering, not hitting anything, and his pride will take a little bit of hurt, but he'll be fine.
Man, my pride wouldn't be hurt after that. That was a phenomenal save to do a 360 in this car and then just keep it going straight with no damage. That is, I don't want to say it's impossible because we just saw it, but it's nigh on impossible, and that was an amazing feat what he was able to do there, as well as everybody behind him, being able to keep it off of him and not kind of pile in there. There's great reaction time all around, and luckily nobody really taken out of the race with this caution. We're just back under yellow and trying to get these guys sorted back up. Eventful beginning to the second stage, just like it was in the first stage. Actually, I think that might have been the same lap of the second stage that we got our first caution for cause in the first stage. So, history repeating itself.
We got...
Looks like we got...
is that Robert Miller getting a lap back?
Preston McRae, I believe, was getting a lap back there on the outside.
Oh, wow, that's right. Yeah, you are correct about that. I don't know why I thought he was a lap down.
Like I said, Carlos, it's been a long race, and we're only a quarter of the way through it.
We are only a quarter of the way through it. The more you say it, the more it hurts.
I would like to extend my sincerest thank yous to the viewers at home. I know that it's a bit of an unconventional broadcast. We got Carlos working double duty, and of course, mostly just me rambling to myself the entire time and trying to fill the dead air. little bit understaffed this week. Believe it or not, it is difficult to find commentators that are willing to do a 600-mile race. And we're doing the best we can. Carlos is doing a phenomenal job at double duty. I don't know how you do it,
I always
Carlos,
have
working
a
the
blast
cameras,
in
paying
here.
attention, and then trying to talk as well. I can barely talk on its own, let alone work cameras. So we're doing the best we can, and we appreciate the patience of the viewers. Hopefully you guys are getting some enjoyment out of the show. I know we are. This has been a pretty fun race to watch so far. Just a different Charlotte. Again, we got into this headspace where we're just like, oh, it's Charlotte. It's going to be a plate race. It's going to be a mini plate race. They're just drafting. They got the big spoilers. They got the low horsepower. It's going to be wide open. But now it's a race, man, and it's a driver's race. It's whoever can set this car up to be as fast as possible, as on edge as possible, and then be able to drive that car when it's on that edge. And we've not seen that at this track in a very long time. So sometimes, I look at this car and I think, and the next gen has its issues, it has its shortcomings, but the challenge that it poses and the fact that it actually puts these drivers to the test and allows them to race it out amongst themselves without being hindered by things like the aero effects or other impeding factors that the old car had. It's definitely one of the best things about this car, and I'm really glad to see Charlotte back to its former glory because I do love this track. It's just such an iconic track with NASCAR. Obviously, it used to host the All-Star. It has always hosted the 600-mile race. Just a lot of history at this track, and to see it back in form, you gotta love it.
That's for sure. And Techno does bring up a good point, saying that this race does seem to be going. Oh, let me try again. This race seems to be going quickly. I will say this race is going quicker than I thought it would have. We did get some cautions in the beginning, and I know these guys. I've been broadcasting them for a couple years now. It's very rare we get this many cautions, and this many. It's not even that much compared to a league race, but I know these guys, we're going to have a very long run. It would not surprise me if we go green flag racing all the way in stage 2. Oh, sorry, stage 3 and stage 4. We already had a caution here in the beginning of stage 2. But these mistakes, the reasons these cautions are coming out are from very simple mistakes. And what am I trying to say? It's something that people are going to catch on the more they race. Usually when you practice, and I know these guys practice a lot, but there's just some things you really can't replicate until you get into the meat of it, into the actual battle during green flag conditions. And then that's when you see some of these issues, some of these guys getting loose in the middle of the corner where traditionally you wouldn't be seeing that. So I expect those mistakes to lessen as the race goes on, and it would not surprise me if we would even go caution free the rest of the race.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. We'll have to see how it plays out as the pace car is getting ready to make this left-hand turn. We're going to try it again. Robert Miller in control for the second time. 83 getting up on that bumper, doesn't want to be left behind, and a phenomenal start for the leader, but also for Adam Benefiel. When I said he was on the bumper of the leader, I was not kidding. He timed that perfectly. Now he's to the inside of the 97. He's going to try to take second place. As far up the grid as he's been all night long, and look at this, he's got it. Down on that blue line, he has a little bit of extra grip, and he's able to get around that lockdown racing machine. Adam Benefiel on the move early on. Some good battling behind him as well. Look at this, another lockdown racing machine just made a heck of a lunge to the outside. Taylor Stout tried to get around Anderson, had to give it a bit of a panic lift there, and now he's battling side by side with Lucas Huitsma in 07. Another thing I want to point out about why this race might be seeming to go by faster than last year's, I do believe these cars are actually a little bit quicker around the track.
Whoa, Benefield!
Oh,
what a save!
Oh, no.
What a mad
Man,
lap!
oh,
The guy
man.
just saved the car.
I don't know how he brought that around. I would have bet money he was down and out, but he brought it back around. No damage, just came across the radio, said, sorry, guys. 3-wide TV replay, top of the screen. Your eye on that blue number 83 filter time car. Corner exit. Almost high sides it right there. That's
Now,
really baffling.
one of the league viewers has asked us to show the league standings, so I'm gonna go ahead and put it up here as soon as I make sure that battles are, or not battles, but at least the guys are calmed down here a little bit. Quickly we'll just quickly go over the standings here. I know some people missed it in the beginning. Delaney, top of the board in terms of standings and wins. Ottinger in second, who is 100% so far in the 100% Racing League of races started and race victories. Matt Long in third, Benefield fourth, Dustin Hall fifth, RJ Root in sixth, and we talked about it earlier, including some picks as surprises as to what we saw. And who do you think is going to be moving up here after tonight?
Well, I think it's going to be a good points day for Cam Stone, as long as he can keep that car on the track. He's already got some track position over Bryson. Ralph has kind of been struggling with the car tonight, so who knows? Maybe Cam Stone can get up there and get some good points there. I also think that it's going to be a really good night for Matt Long. I think Matthew Long might be changing that 1 in the win column to a 2, because he's got a really good short run car, probably the fastest short run car on the track. You can see right here, this is for the lead now. Matthew Long to the bottom. He's going to take this from Robert Miller, I think, coming down the back straight away. Is he going to get clear? Not quite. 3, 3, and 4. He should have it. And I'm going to make a prediction. I think this race does come down to a short run. I think we're going to have a late race caution. And if that happens, there's nobody better set than Matt Long. He's had a really fast car tonight, and it seems like when Matt Long shows up, he shows up. Drivers like Adam Benefield, you never really know what they have until the end of the race, but when Matt Long's fast at the start, he's usually fast at the end. So that's my prediction.
And I mean, if you're going to predict that we're going to have a short run to the finish there, that's not what Miller wants to hear. We've seen Miller struggle horribly in the short run, getting loose, almost spinning. I think it's spinning out a couple times. Well, spinning out one time, bring out the caution, but getting loose a majority of the time. He's lost the lead very early on already. Of course, he got a really good restart, and that's helped them kind of pull away from the field a little bit. So, we talk about him struggling some on short runs, but yeah, that's what it looks like. The clean air helps out. He's lost the lead to Matt Long, and we got Jonathan Delaney up there right behind him. I expect him to drop back a couple more spots before he makes another really hard charge at the end if we go caution-free.
Yeah, it's kind of two drivers in opposite situations. Robert Miller needs the long runs. Matt Long needs the short runs, and it's just going to maybe come down to a little bit of lady luck. We'll have to wait and see. But look at this group of cars. You got Dustin Hall, Adam Benefield, Taylor Stout. Oh my goodness, these guys are all under a blanket, and they kind of fan out in the corner. Probably the smart thing to do. As they get to corner exit, they're going to group back up through this tri-oval again. Man, oh man, Benefield trying to regain some positions after his early mistake there, getting a little bit loose, giving up some positions. Still a lot of speed in that 83, even with the tires. I mean, you got to think he probably flat spotted his tires pretty well right there, and still he's making short work of a lot of this competition. Dustin Hall also really impressing tonight up inside the top 10. It's always been a bit of a running joke with Dustin that he can't win a broadcasted race because he has a couple wins in the league, and none of them have been broadcasted, which are, I would say, the races that don't get broadcasted in this league are the minority. The majority of races do get broadcast. So the fact that his only wins have come in unbroadcasted races are it's a little bit coincidental. So maybe he's looking to change that tonight.
It's a little bit sus.
Maybe he's just camera shy. He doesn't want to do the interview.
We got
Actually, Dustin was one of the. Oh, go ahead.
We got Jedi Messiah saying a question for the booth is Andre upset that he won't get to scream about how dumb JST is this year? I don't know who's JST.
That is
Oh,
Jedi
Battlefield.
is Jason Taylor. Whoa!
What a... All right, that's 2 in a row.
And he saves it again.
Anyway, go on, please.
Impressive. Anyways, so Jedi is Jason S. Taylor, which is JST.
Oh.
And I am a little bit disappointed, Jason. I'm disappointed that you're out of this race. I was really hoping you'd replicate your fuel strategy from last year. Maybe, I was thinking maybe it'd work this time. New car, new fuel cell. Maybe it'd work, but unfortunately your night came to an early end. You hate to see it. But enjoy the show. You can pull for your teammates here. You still got some teammates in the race. We got this, I believe, the 65 is still out here making laps. I don't think he took it behind the wall yet.
65 is right there. This is a wreck. Oh, Benefield! Third time is not the charm. As multiple drivers, it's the big one. As we got a big pile up there in the backstretch.
Yeah, I mean, it was bound to happen if Benefield kept getting loose like that. You can only save it so many times before those tires are screaming at you. We'll take a look at the 3 wide TV replay.
He had nothing to do with it.
Oh, it wasn't even his fault. No, just a car down on the apron trying to merge up on the track, it looked like, after a bit of a mistake. And just pandemonium. The 29, Sammy Borey in the 64. He's involved. Take another look at it here. Just carnage coming out of turn 4. Kevin Steele involved, missing a front bumper. Dalton Mobley sliding to a halt.
Unfortunate end for a lot of drivers tonight. I'm gonna assume maybe 1 or 2 DNFs. It's actually not as big as I thought it was, but definitely frustrating if you were not the cause of the caution and it just happened right there. As I'm not sure what. Oh, this is in the middle of the caution. It's just the driver slowing down, getting hit in the back there. Oh, big upset for the 77. It looked like he had cleared it and then made contact or netcode with, I'm not sure who that is. I don't know if you're familiar with that car.
Which car? Sorry.
This car right here. The 70.
So what is?
Yeah,
the 70.
Michael
Michael
contact in the
Christopher.
back here, right there. Yeah.
Michael Christopher getting into the rear bumper. Nowhere he could really go right there.
Actually, I thought the 77 hit the wall there. It looks like he's gonna come out with that pretty okay. Not that bad. Just a little bit of a tap in the rear. And he'll continue.
And just going off of the driver radio, I believe Kevin Steele pointed out that they wrecked under yellow after that. He said that something happened in turn 4.
I can pull that up while you go ahead and talk to our driver, Adam Benefield, who has just been released from the Infield Care Center.
So if something happened, we'll dial it up on the replay. But like Carlos said, let's go ahead and bring Adam up, as we do have a replay. Adam Benefield, you got a copy?
Yep.
Well, Adam, you had a rocket ship tonight. Looked like there was a lot of pace in that 83. We were kind of all excited to see what you were doing with it up in the booth here, but unfortunately, wrong place, wrong time. Somebody got a little loose in front of you, and the big one struck at Charlotte. Walk me through it, man.
Yeah. The car was good. This was kind of like an experimental deal that we was doing tonight, and it was panning out to be really good. Just kind of biding our time and waiting until track cooled down a little more. But first time I got sideways out of 2, that was just me, low pressures, cold tires. And then the second time in 3, I don't know what the hell Taylor Stout was thinking. Robert Anderson cleared him, and then he just decided to turn left on me twice down the back stretch, once early and then once late. And I was reacting to it, and it upset the car on entry, and I was just having to try to save it. And then that last incident right there, I couldn't tell you what happened. I thought that guy was going to do what I did in 3 and kind of stay low, and he had it. And so I moved up, and then all of a sudden he shot up and he killed me and Kevin. And I hate it for Kevin because he had a really fast car. He was doing good. Just hate it for all the filter time guys and Team Conti. Like I said, it was the R&D set tonight, and it was panning out to be really good and looking good for the rest of the season. Just sucks, man. Like, that car was freaking awesome, and just unfortunate scenario, and whatever is what it is.
Now, you mentioned the R&D there, Adam. What kind of adjustment? I mean, how big of a change is it going from the Gen 6 car at Charlotte to the next gen at Charlotte? I mean, it looks like this is just a completely different beast.
It's very difficult. You're always on your toes. The car don't have there's no side force in it, so is very sketchy. You go down into a corner, and I mean, if the car's a little bit loose, you like I heard you say in the broadcast, I had it pulled up. You can run 100 laps around here and hit the same line, and then all of a sudden 101 lap, and it's looking dead sideways and whatever. So it's a fine line. It's difficult. You got to stay on your toes. You got to really know how to conserve the tires in a car to be there in the long run, and that's what we were doing. But just wasn't our night. I don't know. A lot I want to say, but I don't want to get in trouble. So
Understandable. Well, Adam, we're sorry your night came to an end the way that it did. Unfortunate for a lot of drivers. You mentioned Kevin involved as well. That was sad to see, but you still got some teammates out there and some friends on track. So hopefully you can enjoy the show and maybe help those guys out and see where the race goes. But thanks for your time, Adam.
Quick question.
yep, thanks, man.
Hot dog or hamburgers?
Do what now?
Hot dogs or hamburgers?
I'm a hamburger guy. I don't do the hot dog deal. I mean, I like a good chili dog, but it's far and few in between. I see the comments asked if his car was struggling on transition. Not really, no. Kind of at the beginning there it was, but we made an adjustment and it helped it out. So I really think that we had something to compete with Kevin. I mean, not Kevin, Robert. I think Robert's classed the field once he gets to rolling. I think LDR just they drive it so deep down in the corners they give Jesus a high five before they let off. So I don't think that's gonna work for a 600-mile race, but if it does, kudos to them.
All right. Well, again, thank you for your time, Adam, and hopefully next week we're talking to you under better circumstances.
Yeah, man. Thanks.
Adam Benefiel out of the booth and a man of the people, responding to chat even with the frustrating end to his race, and that does got to be frustrating, man. I can't imagine because like he said, he was struggling with the car as it was, just kind of getting loose, getting away from him, and this track just being so much more difficult than it was. And then you do so much to save the car and keep it underneath you, and he did a phenomenal job driving that thing. And then ultimately, what took him out of it was just completely out of his control. Sometimes you can do everything right, but Lady Luck just does not smile upon you in motorsports. But the race is back underway, and Robert Miller is still in the lead as of just a moment ago. But again, Robert Miller not the fastest on the short run. So he's got some competition from behind. Blake Giglio, Lucas Huitsma, Dustin Hall in fourth. That's another car that has slowly been getting better all night long. And now he's challenging for a podium. So it's interesting to see where this is going to go. Again, we're early in this stage, but it is playing out a little bit different than stage one. I got to wonder, Carlos, with having just gone green a few laps ago, are we still going to see drivers splitting the stage in half? That strategy bit a few people in stage one. The drivers who tried to do it found themselves a lap down, had to rely on some lucky dogs. And this time we've had a caution a little bit closer to the halfway point. Do you think this prompts some of these drivers to maybe stay out a little bit longer and change up the strategy?
I think we're going to have a couple of people try, of course, to split it in half. But the real question is, what about the drivers that went down pit road last caution? We've got a couple, including John Delaney. Is it possible that they can go? They won lap 126, so 40. Excuse me, not 40. 60 laps of green flag racing. Do you think that could be possible?
Well, it's hard to say. I don't know a whole lot about the fuel mileage with this next gen with the different fuel cell, but I feel like it may be if they were extremely, extremely conservative. And like Adam said, in the case of the LDR guys, they're not really driving conservatively. They're driving incredibly aggressive. So if they're trying to save fuel, they're not showing it at the moment. We'll have to see. Again, I'm not a crew chief. I don't have the data. I wish I did. I wish I could look at these guys and see like the estimated gallons and things like that. That would be a nice thing for spectators. But for now, I'm just going to guess and say that I think everybody's going to have to pit again. But we will see. Update on some of the drivers. Obviously, Adam Benefiel took it behind the wall. He was just with us in the booth. JC Gibson behind the wall as well. Sammy Borey, the most recent driver to take it to the hauler. He is done for the night. All those drivers involved in that incident.
We have another driver in the infield care center.
Looks like Kevin Steele is waiting for an interview. Let's bring him up. Kevin Steele, you got a copy?
Kevin,
You
looks
got a
like
copy,
his
Kevin?
mic pack is unplugged.
Well, Kevin, you were having one of the best races I think you've had all year, save for the All-Star race. The car looked really good. Ace Moneymaker provided you with a pretty decent setup, it would seem, but unfortunately, the big one happened. It doesn't always happen at a track like Charlotte, but things kicked off, and it seemed like there was just nowhere to go.
Well, first off, I disagree with everything that you just said.
When do you not?
The car, fair. That's a good point. But no, the car fired off kind of well, but we had a really loose phase from lap like 25 to 35, and I just ended up losing a ton of positions. And after 35 laps, it came in and was really good again. So then I'd start picking guys back off. But when you got the short runs that we've had so far, it that really didn't pay off. But yeah, that wreck, you know, I think it was the 09 that got loose, and he went down the track, and I just kind of expected him to stay there, and then him and Adam were kind of completely out of my view, and then all of a sudden they were, one of them might have been on top of me. I don't know. It happened really fast, and it was bad. So got a lot of damage, was down like 400 RPM, so typically when that happens, iRacing will let you run around for about 20-30 laps and then randomly blow the engine, so I just blew it myself. We'll get a new engine in this thing and go out and be in the way.
All right, so going to salvage some points. Now, Kevin, obviously, you've had some misfortunes in the All-Star race and here, but I think a good takeaway here is that you've had a lot of speed these last couple weeks before the misfortune struck. You were doing really good in the All-Star race. You were doing really good tonight. What's clicking? Are you starting to figure this car out, do you feel like, or are you just getting a little bit more comfortable, or is it just the tracks? Do you like these tracks?
I think it's a combination of 2 or 3 things. I think that the guys at Team Conti and Ace Moneymaker have been working well together, and I think that Bryson in particular has put out some pretty good cars. Really since Darlington, I think he found something there, and I think in the first stint at Darlington, I passed like 20-25 cars, and then did the same thing at Kansas. All-Star race, we were able to race up through. So the cars definitely have been better, and I'd like to think I've learned some things. Every time I feel like I learned something with this car, I get proven wrong. But I feel like just with the different style of downforce, you really have to drive it completely differently. And I think I'm a stubborn old man, so I don't like to learn new things, but I think I'm starting to. And then yeah, the tracks, Darlington's one of my favorite tracks. Chicagoland's one of my favorite tracks. This is one of my least favorite tracks, but I think we probably could have gotten a top 10 here tonight. So it's disappointing, but longest race of the year. Why not kill the car in the beginning of stage 2? Right?
So before we let you go, Kevin, the question we've been asking all the drivers, given it is Memorial Day weekend, hot dog or hamburger?
Well, I think I'm gonna go hot dog, but I'm gonna put some American cheese on that.
Oh, you can do whatever you want. It's just the
Yeah,
general question is
feel a
hot
little
dog
bit
or hamburger.
fancy. I want some cheese, some ketchup, some mustard. You know, I want to get sick off of my hot dogs, so I'm gonna go with those.
All right, so we had a poll in the chat earlier, and hamburger just ran away with it. It was like 80% hamburger, 20% hot dog. I was a little bit surprised. I mean, I like a burger too, but I didn't understand the hot dog hate. Adam Benefield was just in the booth. He went with burger as well, so he's part of the burger gang.
I'm not with these burger brothers. We're dog dudes out here, so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Wiener gang.
There we go.
A chili dog with, you know, I agree. The other question that we had a poll, I might as well ask you while you're here, waiting for your engine to be fixed. Not like
Is there a race going on, Dirt?
There's a race going on, but you know, we've been talking to ourselves for an hour and a half. So, obviously, greatest weekend in motorsports. We got F1, Indy, and NASCAR tomorrow. What race are you looking forward to the most?
Well, actually, the most important one was obviously the opener of the Pro Motocross season, which was today in California, and that's the one I was most excited about. pretty cool seeing, spoiler alert, seeing Factory Honda go 1-2 in both classes was kind of awesome. So that's the one that is the most important, that everybody obviously knows is the most important. But I guess other than that, I'm excited to see Jimmy Johnson race the Indy 500. I think that's an awesome story. Anytime, somebody special tries to run that race. A couple years ago, Fernando Alonso did, and that always brings a lot of excitement to it. So looking forward to watching that, but I'll definitely watch all 3 races, and hopefully between the 3 we get at least one good one, because I know Monaco won't be good, and I doubt the Coke 600 will be that good. So hopefully the Indy 500 is epic.
We'll have to wait and see. Well, anyways, Kevin, you are right. There is a race going on, so I guess we maybe should get back to that. That's what you're paying me for. So we'll let you back to your team.
Before you let me
And,
go, I'd like to point out that if Jimmy Johnson can win the Indy 500, he'll join a group of elite drivers, including myself, who have won an Indy 500 and a Daytona 500. So,
okay.
You don't need to be jealous, Dirt. There's no reason for that.
I mean,
I'm all
at
too
least
jealous.
half of your Indy win goes to John. At least half.
I let John help me. He was, I like helping the young kids, the youth of America. He has a bright future, and that's probably mostly thanks to me. So
He
That's how
doesn't
I
need
choose
to
to
win the
see it.
Daytona 500 right now. He can win it later.
All right. Well, anyways, Kevin, thank you for your time, and hopefully we see you back on track soon.
All right. Yep. Thanks for the time. Enjoy it up there. And once I get back out here in about 20 minutes, you guys can count how many laps down I go.
All right, we'll
I'm
do.
already
Thanks,
counting.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin Steele out of the booth. So we finally got somebody on the hot dog team. Just it took a while.
I closed the other poll. It was actually a tie between the Coke 600 and the Indy 500, which was actually a good
Interesting.
comeback for the Coke 600 because very early on they were the clear not favorites. They had the least amount of votes.
Yeah, that is a pretty solid comeback. Unexpected. A comeback the hot dog could not make. Robert Miller's still in the race lead. He's got 9/10 of a second over Matt Long. Blake Giglio is in third. Lucas Huitsma fourth. Jason Baker is P5. And just getting some even separation. All these guys have a few tenths between them. And not a whole lot of battling going on right now. We are on lap 152. So
Pit stops?
if these guys were going to split the stage in half, now would be the time to come down pit road. We're a little bit past halfway. And I do hear that Dustin Hall and Jason Baker will be pitting. So we do have some drivers splitting it in half, Carlos.
Dustin Hall's on pit road right now.
Gonna get that car serviced. Again, a bit of a risky
And
strategy,
kick that wall.
given that it didn't work out for some of these drivers in stage one, but we'll see if the second time is the charm. Damaris Hickenbottom also came across radio. I think he's going to pit next time by. Just keeping an eye on pit road. Who do we got? Robert Anderson. He's coming down pit road in that number 11. So getting some more takers, slowly but surely.
The
Also,
real
Kyle
question is
Ammon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
I was just going to say Kyle Ammon has taken it behind the wall about 10 laps ago. I'm not sure if he was involved in that big scuffle or what happened there, but as you were saying, Carlos?
I lost my train of thought, not because of that, but because Techno just had the audacity to go on chat and say you can never eat a raw hot dog. Which got me thinking, okay. Oh yeah, the thing that we gotta watch out for here in stage 2 is the drivers that went down pit road on the last caution, can they make it the rest of the way? And if not, when do they pit?
Well, I'm not sure. I think some of these guys might just be trying to run it dry. With the cautions we've had, it's been a few more cautions than some of these guys were probably expecting. It has been an eventful race, and I think some of these guys are probably just thinking, well, if I'm not going to pit it halfway, if we're going to go for the long haul, we might as well really go for the long haul because you never know when a caution flag is going to come out, and that might be beneficial. Another thing to keep in mind that we haven't really mentioned is the tire limit. Now, real quick, let me refer to my announcements page. The tire limit is 10, so I'm assuming that is 1 on the car, 9 behind the wall.
Yes.
We've already had, 5 cautions now, Carlos, or is it up to 6?
I'm going to quickly trigger a caution to show off the graphic, and it'll let us know. We are not under caution. We've had 6 cautions.
Okay, so we've had 6 cautions, and some of these drivers have taken tires prematurely before the other guys, so maybe some of these guys are trying to stay out just to save themselves a set of tires, if possible. Really get the most out of their equipment, get the most out of their fuel. We'll see. Robert Miller's still in the lead, shows no signs of pitting. Really nobody in this top 5 has come across radio and said anything about pitting. I thought I had seen Ralph's radio light up, but he might have just been kind of saluting a driver as he passed. Sometimes these guys will light up their radio when a lapped car lets them go, just kind of as a show of thanks. And I think that might have been what Ralph was doing. Sounds like Chad Edwards is coming down pit road. That is the only driver that I heard that lap come across the radio. I did see Michael Christopher and Damian Ace Terenze put in the text chat that they're pitting too, though.
Yep, and they're on pit road. About 90% of the people talking to me in the middle of a race are them saying thanks as they go by me lapping
me. Yeah, same. I mean, that's why we're in the booth, Carlos. That's why we're up here.
I do think I have the skills to be a qualified driver in this league, but I just don't have the time. That's mostly it for me. I don't have the time anymore. I'm not a young kid, not working 5 days a week.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have the time either. There's just so many anime that need to be watched. There's so many.
Who's gonna find out who's gonna get the One Piece?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many dumb things that I gotta buy online. I mean, you wouldn't believe how time-consuming it is to scour eBay for that one collectible that nobody ever posts, but maybe it's on, like, page 20. Just don't have the time,
Oh, man, the amount of, pages, of double-digit pages I've been to really hoping to find something I want.
Relatable. Robert Miller's still in the lead, no signs of pitting, but Lucas Huitsma has made his way down. The right side of the car goes up, and the left side sure to follow. I don't think anybody's taken 2. That would be maybe not the ideal strategy there. 4 tires and fuel. Top of your screen, that is some of the front runners, Matthew Long in particular. Just worked his way around some lap traffic. Number 40 is behind him there, as they are all trailing Robert Miller. Blake Giglio also coming down on pit road, so I don't know. Robert Miller maybe taking a bit of a risk staying out this long. Miller and Matthew Long. Some of these guys behind him, Blake Giglio in particular, was not far behind, and tires are worth a couple seconds a lap here, so depending on how long Robert Miller stays out, I don't know. The undercut strategy may prevail here. You can see that's what tires are worth, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Christopher just blowing by that 38 machine. Jeffrey Souza. There goes Dustin Hall as well on those fresh tires. Just almost uncomparable, the speed that you can carry through the corner.
I need you to go ahead and take over for a little bit while I take care of a small issue here.
10-4. Dustin Hall down on the apron, getting a little bit squirrely there. TV multicam, bottom of your screen, that's the leader. Just kind of waiting to see when the dominoes fall. Is he going to pit? When is he going to pit? Number 8 machine, RJ Root, another holdout. Jonathan Delaney, I believe. Ooh, there we go. Leader down pit road. The 97 does not follow suit, so Matt Long inherits the lead for the time being. RJ Root's going to be put up into second. He's 6 seconds behind the leader. Here's the number 11, Robert Anderson. Making a move on Cameron Stone. And again, those fresh tires just worth so much. But I can't blame Matt Long for taking this long run strategy. I know what he's thinking. He's expecting a caution to come out, as we have had a fair amount. And you can't fault the guy for taking a bit of a leap here. Risky strategy, but we'll see. Just a train of cars on the bottom here that have taken tires, just kind of making up time, slowly clicking them off. Mobley, Cam Stone, Jonathan Delaney, RJ Root, Matt Long. These guys have not come down pit road yet. I don't think Chad Sanner, Tanner Marty, Jeffrey Souza, Brockman, none of these guys have pitted yet. But outside of the top 10, that is where you see everybody who pitted. Robert Miller, Giglio, Huitsma, these guys have all come down pit road. And 7th caution of the race. It's going to happen on the backstretch. I see some smoke right in front of the 97. Try to dial up a replay. I hear there's still something going on in the backstretch.
Jason D. Baker, I think.
It's Jason Baker. That's a shame. He was having a really good night. Let's see what happened here. Coming out of turn 2. Just hooked the wrong way. Got into the inside wall. Turned into a Beyblade momentarily. He's going to gas it up. Try to get it back to pit road and get some of that damage fixed, but that is a lot of damage. And then, oh no, this is why it was still going on. He got a little squirrely on the throttle trying to get back. And then everybody behind him just had to scatter. You can see Lucas Huitsma, among others. It's a bit of a mistake. We'll go on board. You can see he tries the counter steer. Does not work. Car just hooks him down into that inside wall. And that may well be the end of his night. Even if he can get that thing back out on track, that's going to be down some revs, just like we saw with Kevin Steele. That's a shame. Jason Baker was really impressing tonight. But again, I said it at the top of the broadcast, and Adam Benefiel kind of corroborated it there. Sometimes you go into the corner, you come out of the corner the exact same way you did last time, and the car just does something different, whether it's the heat cycle in the tires or something that just changes. The car can be very unpredictable at times. Matt Long, though, that staying out strategy, there you go. Actually works out. He'll be able to stay on the lead lap. He'll have some pretty good track position here, and he'll have the freshest tires out of anybody. Some of these guys pitted 10 or so laps prior, maybe even more. So he's going to have 10 lap fresher tires than some of the cars ahead of him. It's going to be a huge advantage in the last 30 laps of this stage. Again, the stage ends at lap 200, so he's not even going to really reach the tire wear plateau. He'll be able to use these fresh tires to their maximum advantage for the entirety of what remains in this stage. So this could be great for Matt Long, RJ Root, some of these guys who held out. They were waiting for a caution, and ultimately they got it right on cue. Perfect play by these guys.
And this will also eliminate all the questions we had regarding if any good drivers can make it to the end, because now everybody who's gone down pit road here can make it to the end.
Yeah, there's no questions here. I mean, everybody is just going to be able to race to the end, and it's going to be an organic fight, I think. Nothing's really going to get in the way of that, so it's going to be fun. It'll be an interesting race to the halfway point in the end of stage 2. Coming down to a bit of a short run, which again, Matt Long already excels at, but with the tire advantage, it's going to be interesting. I'm watching him dice through the field here if he can do it.
So, since the end of stage 1, and now we have had quite a bit of a shakeup. Benefield's out of this race, so now he's one of the 4 drivers I expected to compete for the win there and kind of shake it up. So very, it's a shame that he's out of it already. And not only that, but stage 1 winner, Miller is all the way outside the top 10 in 11th, due to the pit stop shenanigan that's been going on. And actually, we've had 2 attempts at green flag pit stops, and both of the attempts have been disrupted by cautions.
Yeah, the cautions have come at, let's say, interesting intervals. They have not allowed for a dull moment. It has kind of made these guys think twice about strategy and kind of shook things up. It's been a fun 600 so far, for sure, as we are trying to sort things out for our 7th caution here. It looks like Hickenbottom and Brockman may still be in the pits. I'm not sure if that graphic is accurate. I know Hickenbottom was in the pits a while ago. It looks like he's back out on track now, trying to get his time back on the lead lap in the top 10, by the way. So, could be a really good stage here for Damaris.
green flag this next time by, as we're going to be restarting with 28 laps, 29 laps remaining in this stage. So I think that's enough laps for some of the guys with a bit of a longer run to kind of like start showing their strength. But I do feel like guys like Matt Long and all those drivers that have very short run speed, I do feel like they'll be able to really get a good finish if they. Oh, it's got delayed an additional lap.
Yeah, I think we had some cars that were still trying to get their wave around, didn't quite have time. And again, like as far as NASCAR and iRacing are concerned, it is perfectly legal to catch the field at speed as long as you don't pass anybody. But generally, most leagues, including this one, they tend to try to avoid that. If we got cars coming up at speed and they're going to be hauling the mail on the outside, we try to extend the caution, get them in line where they should be, so we can have a bit of a calmer restart. It helps to prevent any incidents that could occur in that situation. Obviously, it may not be the safest thing to have guys coming up at a 100-mile-an-hour speed differential, so we'll get them stacked up. Dalton Mobley, another surprise face here on a podium position at the time being. See if he can hold on to it. It's been a really good night for Dalton. He's had some near misses, had some really good wreck avoidance, which has been a skill that I think has been a skill you want to have tonight so far. And Dalton's done a good job of it, played the strategy right, and just got to give him a bit of a shout out here. Solid night for that 77. Going through 3 and 4. Notice the all the cars that took the wave around due to that caution timing made the inside lane a little bit longer than the outside, so maybe some draft help to the inside. We'll see. Pace car making the hard left turn. Matt Long in control of the field. He's got fresh tires. And around he goes to the start-finish line. They're going to go side by side for second. Mobley timed that restart really well. Allowed him to get right to the door of the number 8. Now, can he hold it through 1 and 2?
He needs to
Looks
get
like the 8's going to get a bit. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, he needs to get a big lead because we know he's got a very strong short-run car. But very quickly, in less than 10 laps, he was able to, in around 10 laps, I should say, he was able to lose the lead to, I believe it was, well, he lost the lead the last time by, and so with a shorter run, with over 25 plus laps, he's going to have to make sure he's going to spread it out, take care of his tires, and kind of not lose as many positions as he can to finish out the stage 2 in a very strong way.
The battle for second not dissipating. Dalton was able to stay side by side with Root for an entire lap. Gave up the position there in 3 and 4 as the number 6, Jonathan Delaney, on fresh tires. He is moving right now. He's going to make the move on Dalton. Sight set on RJ Root now. Don't think you should have any issues here. Haven't really seen a whole lot of John since the strategy kind of put him on the back foot earlier, but he's been slowly working on a recovery and now trying to take second place away so he can try to run down his teammate Matthew Long. It's going to be difficult though. I mean, Matt Long, such good short run speed. Not much time left in this stage. If he can get this going, he's got to do it now, but he's got a bit of a challenge from behind. RJ Root was right on the bumper trying to pressure him through the tri-oval. And the separation's starting to make itself apparent here as the running order was kind of jumbled up by that caution, and so we're seeing everybody just try to find their proper place on the track, and it's slowly unfolding here. Robert Miller just made a pass on Ross Brockman. That is for the 7th position, I believe. That is one of the only battles at the moment. Everybody's pretty much single file, calm and calming themselves down a bit after these cautions we've had. Dustin Hall has some damage to the back of that car. Actually, substantial damage. Not entirely sure where he got that damage. If he was maybe caught in that big wreck earlier and I didn't notice it, or if something happened after that, but on your screen, that is the 29 right ahead of Ralph Hutchison. That is the battle for 11th. Ralph's had a bit of an up and down night, but holding steady just outside of the top 10, now looking to crack into the top 10. Ooh, some aggressive blocking there, forcing him into a shallow entry. I don't know about that. That might have been a little aggressive. We'll see how that plays out. Ralph has a good line down low. Gonna stay door to door through the tri-oval. Ahead of them, that is Brockman in the 52. Ralph takes the position. Closes in a lot on corner entry. Again, the entry speed on all of those LDR cars is just absurd. I mean, these guys are just really sending it in there. Trying to gain another position here. This 54. Man, oh man, what a comeback this has been. Down to the bottom of Brockman. That's going to be for, I believe, 10th place. He's got a little bit of work to do before he gets up to Lucas Huitsma and makes some more passes, but with a car like that, it's definitely possible. In the meantime,
I have received
Robert
some
Miller
devastating news.
Oh no.
Rashi McRae has said, so fun fact, today is hamburger day. I have no life at this hour and Google dumb things. No, that doesn't mean you're not Googling dumb things. It's just a dumb day.
Is it a dumb day, or is it more hamburger propaganda from Big Burger?
It is Big Burger propaganda.
I mean, when is hot dog day? Alright?
Alright.
I mean, that's what I want to know.
Barasha, can you
when
look
is
up
hot
what
dog
National
day?
Hot Dog Day is? I think it already happened this year, because I think I heard about it. Well, first of all, National Hot Dog Day is every single day.
True. There we go. Sounds like we might have had a little bit of a scuffle on the track. Nobody was taken out. Just some drivers kind of coming close, having a close call there, but everything's sorted out. Not sure who it was entirely. Just kind of heard the driver's radio light up. Matt Long only has about 0.5 of a second over Jonathan Delaney. So John, actually, if I look at lap times, let's see where John stacks up versus our race leader. So John's last few laps, last 3 laps for John, 29.9, 30.0, 30.1, and for our leader, 29.9, 30.0, 30.1. Identical lap times. That is pretty impressive. Just hundreds and thousands of a second between them. That is, well, not unheard of, especially when they're running very similar setups, I'm sure, but still very impressive, and it shows how closely matched these guys are. As John continues to try to run down his teammate if possible. RJ, not to be discounted. He's back there in third, running very comparable lap times as well. Cameron Stone benefiting from all of this caution shenanigans. He's up here in fourth, and now just falling back to fifth at the hands of Robert Miller. But Cam doing pretty good right now. He said coming into this race he just wanted to finish it, wanted to have a good, consistent night, and didn't really have many expectations for finishing position, but being inside the top 10, not too shabby.
Strong laps by Delaney, but I don't think right now his car is strong enough to get past Long. I'm going to take a look at what this lap is. It's another negative. He's lost some more time. He's losing time these last 4 laps. And before that, when the other data was being shown, the times he was gaining along really haven't been that big. I mean, granted, also the time he's losing also hasn't been that big, but he's losing more time than he's gaining. And Rasha McRae has come back and said that Wednesday, July 20th is National Hot Dog Day. That's going to be a day I'm going to be very happy about, as we've got red across the board, as Delaney has lost position these last 5 laps. And actually pretty interesting. I would have thought that Delaney would have caught up and possibly even passed Long by now. DeLong is doing a great job of managing his car's condition, his car's ability to drive this last couple laps on for this stage. So it wouldn't surprise me if he goes on and wins stage 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Matt Long has a lot of pace, and you're right. I kind of expected John to close in. It seemed like with the way he was working his way through the field, making passes, that he had one of, if not the fastest car on the track, but doesn't seem to be so at the moment. RJ still holding on to third for the time being. Robert is a comfortable distance behind him. Cam Stone still holding on to fifth. Dalton Mobley there in sixth. Blake Giglio seventh. Hutchison up to eighth now, but drops back one position to Huitsma. As we're talking about him, Michael Christopher in 10th. Starting to get a little bit of separation. I wonder if it's down to the track temp changing, the cars being a little bit more comfortable, or maybe just these drivers starting to calm down a little bit and just try to click off some laps here, get in the rhythm.
We got Jeremy Masai saying, Robert seems to be the fastest, but he does not believe he has enough laps to catch up and be there. You know what, with about 11 laps to go, let's go ahead and see if we can compare his lap times to the leader's lap times. Go ahead and let's talk while I set that up. Or not. But yeah, he's definitely running faster lap times, it seems. But yeah, I do think you're right, Jason. It just looks like those lap times are not that fast enough to. I mean, he could get there. I just don't think he has enough time to get past him.
Yeah, just not quite enough. But upside of this is he's going to have better track position on this next restart at the end of the stage, barring anything crazy happening. He'll be starting inside the top 5 more than likely, and he knows he's got a pretty good car underneath him. Even if in the interview he said it was a little bit unstable and difficult to drive, it's at least fast. We know that much. So he'll have a whole nother shot at life here, I think, in stage 2. And man, just so many good cars tonight. There's a lot of times at these mile and a half, so you can kind of look at one guy and pinpoint, yep, this is the guy to beat, or this is the fastest car on the track. Tonight, I don't know, man. Jonathan Delaney at one point looked to be the fastest. Matt Long seems to be the fastest right now. Robert Miller has been the fastest on numerous occasions. Even RJ Root, he's turning lap times comparable to the leader. These guys are really close tonight. I would say closer than usual. So when we get these guys stacked back up at the end of this stage, I would expect one stellar stage 3, at least the beginning of it. And we'll have to see how it plays out. But right now, everything's pretty calm. Matt Long still holding on to the lead. We've got 8 laps left in the stage. And it will end at lap 200. And again, 10 points to the leader as well as a playoff point. And reducing 1 point all the way down to 10th. So 9 points to second, 8 to thirds, so on and so forth.
This stage is going to be the final stage where I do think these guys are going to be driving at a very optimal condition. And I'm talking about in terms of like fatigue and stress. Because after this stage is going to be 300 miles of on-track competition. And then this next stage is when we're going to start crossing the line of where the drivers usually finish racing with these 400, almost 500 mile races. As we get to do these the last 100 miles in stage 4, that's where we're going to be seeing a lot of mistakes happening, a lot of mental errors, and where we could possibly be seeing the most amount of cautions at the end of the night.
Definitely. It's going to be more difficult for these guys going forward because they're going to get fatigued. The wear and tear on their car as well as their bodies is going to set in. I've even heard of some drivers in these longer Coke 600 style races turning down their force feedback. I don't know if anybody in the league does that. I kind of doubt anybody in the league does, but I've heard it. Some drivers will turn down their force feedback just so it's less strain, less wear and tear over the course of 400 laps. Because it is so difficult and so draining. I mean, again, it's 10:30. These guys started driving these cars in the race at about 8:30. So they've already been at it for 2 hours, and they're probably looking at about another 2 hours, give or take. And with 7 cautions, I mean, yeah, we've had some breaks, we've had some cautions, but a lot of green flag runs too. I mean, there's been enough time for these guys to really fall into that trap of just clicking off laps and kind of starting to drain themselves. We'll see. At 197, getting close to the end of the stage. Jonathan Delaney still not quite within striking distance, and Robert Miller, as predicted, he is continually closing in. He is continually the fastest car on the track. It's just not going to be enough. He's not going to make up 2 seconds in 2.5 laps here, so he's pretty much firmly in third, barring anything crazy happening. RJ Root in fourth. Blake Giglio, fifth still. Actually, that is a bit of a battle going on for sixth, seventh, and fifth. It looks like Mobley, Stone, and Giglio are all pretty much with one another. Dalton's done a really good job inside the top 10 tonight. Let me tell you. He's got the tires, he's got the car, and having good track position. You know, we don't always see Dalton this far up the grid. We don't see him really racing in and amongst the fast guys, but he's shown himself to be very worthy. And sometimes that's all it takes. You know, you get a good setup, you get fresh tires, and you put yourself around guys that you're comfortable racing with because you know they're good, you know they're talented. And sometimes it kind of allows guys like this to shine. Dalton, just phenomenal so far tonight. Don't want to give him the commentator's curse, knock on wood. But keeping pace with Cam Stone, who, by the way, you know, league champion. So anytime you're racing in and around somebody who can call themselves a champion, you're doing pretty good. Last lap of the stage. Matt Long, no competition from behind. He's going to take it easily as you watch these guys for 5th through 7th work their way down the back straightaway. At a turn 4, Matt Long is going to win stage 2 of the A Billion Woods Project LLC.com 600.
A Billion Wood Projects LLC.com.
A Billion Wood Projects LLC.com. That is a mouthful.
It's not a billion woods, it's a billion wood projects.
Billion Wood Projects. Gotcha.
And,
yeah, that's almost on par with the Our Publix Chicken Tenders on Sale.com white flag of the race.
Which unfortunately they are not. I know. I'm waiting for them to go on sale.
Still have never been to a Publix. Matt Long, of course, winning the stage. The rest of the drivers to grab themselves some points that stage. John Delaney, Robert Miller, RJ Root, Blake Giglio, Cam Stone, Dalton Mobley, Lucas Huitsma, Ralph Hutchison, who races his way back up inside the top 10, and Michael Christopher, not going to forget him, last driver to grab a point. These guys are going to get their cars fueled up, get some fresh tires on there, and we'll have a word with our stage winner once he is safely out of his pit box. We don't want to distract him. Everybody swarming pit road. See if anybody can gain some positions. Robert Miller practically pushing John Delaney down the pit lane. He's going to peel off. Oh, John overshot his stall a little bit. Didn't lose much time. I'd say less than half a second lost, but still, any time lost on pit road is not ideal. We'll see if anybody can beat him out here. Matt Long and Robert Miller actually gains a position on John due to that mistake. So it's going to put Robert Miller up a position. Matt Long maintains his lead. John's going to be on the inside of row 2. Now, I'm going to see if I can find Matt Long here. Have a word with him. Matt Long, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Matt, you look to have the car to beat tonight, man. You are flying out there. Really good stage 1, just kind of got set back by some cautions shuffling things out, and now in stage 2, you got the track position, you got the car, and you took home the stage win. How's it feeling out there, man?
Yeah, car's really coming in good right now. I think Robert Miller might have me beat on the long run a little bit, but we'll see. We're gonna keep working on it. Feeling good.
Now we're getting to the point where the sun is firmly behind the grandstands. Track temps are going to go down. You looking forward to the cooler track temps? Is that kind of what you're waiting for?
Yeah, we did a lot of our testing and setup work in these conditions late in the race, so cars really coming in for this.
All right. Well, we'll put you back with your team. You're going to be going racing soon here. So good luck with the rest of the race, and hopefully we're talking to you again.
All right, thanks, guys.
Matt Long back with his team. Definitely a solid car, and he said it, Carlos. That team, they did a lot of their testing. They built the car for these nighttime conditions, as I think a lot of these guys did. So our lap times are going to get better and better. These guys are going to get more and more comfortable, and I think that's going to make for better racing.
Yeah, remember, it's not quite nighttime yet. The sun is still out there, albeit like a quarter of it is missing, as we're on the sunset stages of the race. So for sure, this stage 3 is when we're going to be seeing the drivers maybe start to fall asleep with the moon coming out.
Absolutely. So it's going to be a Matt Long, Robert Miller front row, John Delaney in third, Blake Giglio fourth. Still haven't quite doubled them up. We got some drivers trying to work their way around the track, get caught up where they should be. Looks like Kevin Steele is preparing to take a waiver round. Who, by the way, he wanted us to count out how many laps down he was when he got back out there. Currently 58, soon to be 57. So 57 more cautions. Actually, no, there's other cars laps down. About 70 more cautions, and Kevin can win this thing.
So 2 different stage winners already in the first 2 stages, coming up with stage 3 and 4. Half of this race is gone, and can't complain. Definitely going by faster than I thought it would have. And I, just like most of the times, well, not most of the times, all the times that I'm broadcasting, am having a really good time right now. Enjoying watching all this racing unfold, as now we're switching over to the nighttime stage of the race. I'm going to put up a poll this time. The question is, are we going to have a repeat stage winner in 3 and 4? 3 or 4, I should say.
I'm gonna say we do have a repeat. I think Robert and Matt, they both have a stage win at this point, and they seem to be the 2 fastest cars on the track. I think that was Sean O'Brien locking up the tires, trying to get slowed down behind the field there on the corner of the screen. Yeah, 2 of the fastest cars on the track. They're starting up front. And if everything goes according to plan, one of these guys, I think, is getting another stage win. I couldn't tell you who. I'm not a betting man.
Yeah,
It's too close to call, but one of them.
I'm also looking at the sad realization that Horatio McRae does not have a Publix where they live.
I don't think I have a Publix anywhere near me either. I think that might be more of a southern thing.
Loss.
Green flag is out. Matt Long is not getting out to much of a lead. His teammate pushing him across the line. Robert Miller also alongside. So a battle at the very beginning of this stage. Beginning to form up as Matt Long gets into the wall a little bit. That opens up the door for John to get a bit of a run here. He's going to stay single file. Didn't get too aggressive with it. Robert Miller in third. Cam Stone holding on to fourth at the moment. Matt Long, after that little bit of a mistake, is able to pull back away from John. Oh, John sideways contact. Robert turns him around. Sliding up the track, Dalton Mobley involved. Blake Giglio.
No.
Mason Lowry. Chad Edwards. Jeffrey Souza, everybody piles in.
That is not what I expected to happen in stage 3.
Dalton has already taken it behind the wall. We've got a few more drivers involved. I'm sorry, not Mason Lowry. Bryce Hoffman in the number 56 involved. I never noticed when that 56 has a fill-in. Bryce Hoffman is piloting 56. He was involved. Chad Sanner involved in that incident, as was Alex Princeton. He was a late entry to that incident. Just kind of got backed into by somebody involved. Take a look at the 3-wide TV replay. You can see
almost cleared it. Oh, what a shame. And this time, though, he is not lucky. He does make contact with other cars. As
Yeah, Dalton, he had some good record wins tonight, and unfortunately, you can only avoid so many. Another look at the replay here, kind of following along with the number 16, who had it happen all in front of him, and 6 just slid up the track, which then got Bryce Hoffman involved and Chad Edwards. And watch what happens to the number 9 here. The number 9 is
sorry, I
fine.
cut
He
out.
was actually out of it. Go on board with the Hooters
I don't think the
machine.
number. Oh wait, you said 9. I thought you said 6.
Yeah.
Forgot.
Yeah, no, the number 9, he was almost through it. You see, he's just kind of pacing through, and Chad backs into him.
Did I do it again? Did I cut that out right when you were going
I
to
think
talk
it
about?
might have been cut. Let's keep her going a little longer this time. Keep an eye on that purple car on the left-hand side of the screen. Backing up.
Oh no! The mayor is also involved.
One of those things. Damaris on board here. Might have to turn to just...
Oh, you couldn't
where do you
see him
even
at
go?
all.
No. I mean, it was just a cloud of smoke. He had no idea there was a car there.
We got John Delaney already out of the infield care center, so thankfully his health is okay.
We'll bring him up for a quick word. John Delaney, you got a copy?
Yeah, dude.
Well, John, you got a little loose. Robert Miller didn't quite give you any slack there. Got into your bumper, and pandemonium happened. The big one, part 2. Walk me through it, man.
So yeah, I got hit the apron, got loose. I got control of it for like a second, and then Robert just got it right into the back of me. Nothing he did wrong. It's just bad luck, bad timing. Yeah, that kind of sucked. I think we were having a good run going. Not sure if we had the pace to win it, but we were definitely up there, maybe for a second place car. But they were playing some different strategies all night, and just kind of that took me out of it. It's not how we want to end the night, but it is what it is.
So I take it that the car's going to go behind the wall. You're not going to get that thing fixed up?
Oh yeah, we're done. We're not gonna go out there and cause any more trouble.
Yeah, I hate to hear it. That's got to be frustrating, especially so far into a race like this, a bit of an endurance event, and put so much time and effort in it. Definitely would be frustrating. If it's any consolation, your team is still out there running pretty good. Is there any plans on maybe getting back up in the team chat, helping these guys out from a spotter or crew chief perspective?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much just trying to help the team out as much as possible with any strategy or pit stops like that. So, but yeah, we'll do our best to try and see if we can get a LDR driver a win here. Matt looks really good. And Ralph's kind of hanging in there. He was struggling with his car early on, and he seems to kind of have it dialed in now. So maybe we can go up there and take the win. We'll see.
Yeah, we've been following along with Ralph's comeback here. He's been cutting through the field. Definitely a lot of speed behind the 54. And we're sorry your night ended that way, John, but hopefully your team can still bring home one for you.
It's all good, guys. Thank you.
John back with his team. And we do have some more drivers in the infield care center. Jeffrey Souza, we'll see if we can bring him up. You got a copy, Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Well, Jeffrey, it was, just one of those situations. Cars everywhere, really nowhere to go. And ultimately, you got caught up in it. What did you see from your perspective out there?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say thanks to everybody at the team. They gave me a good car out here. I put myself in the fence early, kind of put myself in that position of being behind everybody else. But I saw someone get turned. Obviously, it ended up being John. I went way low, thought I was fully clear of it, and then at the last minute, my teammate Bryce seemed to, he kind of slided off the edge of John and came down and just took me out, and nothing he could have done there. Just bad position for everybody there, and then I got T-boned by another 3 cars. Just how these cars slow down, it seems like it's pretty tough to, even if you see everybody wrecking. So it was a good car. Probably could have had a top 10 run, but like I said, we're gonna try to putt around for a few laps here, maybe gain a few spots, and then we'll call it a day.
Absolutely. Now, you had a really good run going before this. At one point, you were up kind of battling for a top 10 and showing a lot of speed. As a fill-in driver, do you have any more plans on stepping into a car this season?
Possibly. We're going to be getting a pretty big update, I think, with these cars in a few weeks, so we'll see how things go from that point. I definitely, I've been having some fun in them the last few weeks, and like I said, having the chance to fill in for Brandon this week, it's definitely, it's been fun filling in for him the races he hasn't been able to make it. Just sucks that I'm not going to get as good a finish as I hoped for today.
All right. Well, Jeffrey, we thank you for your time, and hopefully next time we're talking to you, it's under better circumstances.
10-4. Thank you, guys.
All right. Jeffrey Souza out of the booth. One more driver in the infield care center. See if we can catch up with him. Bryce Hoffman, you got a copy?
Take the
You
mic
got a
back,
copy,
Bryce.
Bryce?
There
Yeah, I
we
got a copy.
All righty. Well, Bryce, that was not a good few laps for SBR. We just talked to your teammate, Jeffrey. He kind of felt optimistic about the car from what I can gather. You know, he said the car felt good and things were going pretty well, but that wreck was just chaos. I mean, nowhere to go. So hard to avoid something like that. What was it like from your perspective?
I saw some cars going high. I thought, oh, they'll bounce off the wall, and I tried to go high as well. And I ran right into John Delaney and bounced all the way down on the Jeffrey, killing half the SBR's race.
Yeah, that again, just one of those situations that I don't think anybody could have predicted where anybody was going there. It was just a high-speed game of ping pong. You were kind of a late entry to this race. You decided you were going to fill in for Mason Lowry, and you were doing pretty good. How was the race before that? I mean, how were you feeling about the car, the track? Were you having a good time before that?
Until the lights turned down, I'm not gonna lie, I was miserable. The car would not turn anywhere, and I was just a victim. I was just there for the ride. And as soon as the lights turned on, the set came to us, and all the SBR cars were actually starting to pick up in speed.
Yeah, right now, Cam Stone, the boss man, he's in 6th and seems to have some top 5 speed at least. So a few of you guys had some misfortunes, but the team's still going strong, and hopefully you guys can bring home a good finish. Well, we thank you for your time, Bryce. We're going to let you get back to your team. I'm assuming you're probably going to be climbing up on that pit box, putting on your usual crew chief hat.
Yep, absolutely. We still got half this race to run.
All right, the dedicated Larry Mack of SBR. We're going to put you back up there, and good luck to the team, man.
All right, thank you.
So, running theme. I think these guys are having a lot of fun out there, Carlos. It's just, it's so difficult. You know, this car is such a handful. Track is a handful, and then you combine that with the fact that it's 600 miles. It's fun, but it's definitely not easy.
That's true indeed. As definitely a lot tamer now compared to what it was these last couple of restarts, a couple of drivers. Usually is after a big one, of course, the second one of the night, but this one was definitely a bigger one. So I do expect it to calm down, and maybe we'll get another green flag fuel run, and maybe this time we won't have a caution that's going to interrupt these guys in the middle of the pit stop sequence.
Only time will tell. I'll tell you what, I'm watching Ralph Hutchison, and he has been moving up that scoring pylon. After that incident, I think he restarted, I want to say 5th or 6th. He's all the way up to 3rd. He's kind of breathing down the neck of Robert Miller, and both these guys are slowly reeling in our race leader. So, man, John mentioned Ralph. He was struggling with the car earlier, and in John's word, was just kind of holding on, but I don't think that's the case anymore. I think that car has come to him. I think he's finally figured something out, because Ralph is moving, and I think he's trying to show himself to be a contender here tonight, as he is firmly in 3rd. He's got Huitsma behind him, not really at risk of being overtaken at the moment. Robert Miller, if he starts battling with the leaders, that's going to be even better for Ralph. He's going to be able to get up right there in the fray, maybe make a bit at the lead for himself.
Hey, Andre. Can you,
yes, sir.
Can you get the door? There is somebody knocking at the door of the booth door right now.
Oh boy, is John back?
Take a look. Oh, it's John Delaney. He's He is no longer in the Infield Care Center. He is now in front of us here at the booth.
All right, how you doing, John?
I'm doing good. I'm back.
All right. Well, we're just kind of talking about your team here. We're kind of watching Ralph. You said the car was coming to him, and I think you're right, man. He's firmly in third. I think he might have a car to get around these guys ahead of him. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, right before that last stage, he said his car was coming in really good. His handling was feeling really good, and he said he's feeling really good with how his tire wear looked. But yeah, he made a lot of adjustments to get it to where it is now, and hopefully it's definitely coming back to him, as he said.
It's a good four-car battle for the lead here. Lucas Huitsma just at the tail end of it. Bit of a gap back to RJ Root. Then you got Anderson, who's had a surprisingly good night, up in sixth. He's just ahead of Cam Stone, trying to hold on to these top 10 positions. Dustin Hall, with the damage that he has, still in the top 10 as well. The cautions we've had have really kind of shuffled up this running order, but what surprises me is some of the guys that have benefited from the cautions and the strategy, they've held on to that advantage. I mean, Tanner Marty, Alex Princeton, these guys got themselves towards the top 10 with that strategy, and they've not given it up. It's been really interesting to watch so far. John, you were in the car, you were a racer. What kind of strategy do you think these guys are going to be relying on here? Do you think they're going to be planning on a bit of a long run strategy? Do you think the cautions are kind of going to temper out here, or do you think these guys are planning on more yellows?
I'm not too sure. Even if I was a driver, I really wouldn't know what to do. We've had a lot of cautions during pit cycles. So, do you risk staying out those few extra laps and hoping, you get a caution? Or do you be the one that goes in early and try and jump the field? And hopefully a caution later on in the stage. So it's definitely a 50-50 chance on what you want to do. But it's really all up to the driver.
And if you do get it right, I mean, the advantage is huge. Matt Long took the long run strategy there in stage 2, and he stayed out longer than almost anybody else. And when that caution came out, it was timed perfectly for him, and it has helped keep him in the lead ever since. I mean, that clean air has seemed to be very, very helpful. So,
oh yeah,
fun to watch. Go ahead.
Yeah, clean air is very important. Especially when they toned down the draft a few weeks ago. It's very hard to get a run on someone now. So you need every little bit you can get, every every millisecond you can get out of the track. You need to help and get around someone. So
the move for the lead. Robert Miller is going to move down to that blue line. Looks like he is going to get clear of Matt Long, and this is the story we've seen all night long. Robert seems to have a very good long run car, but Matt Long has the best short run car. So as this race progresses, we've seen this same sort of event play out time and time again. The difference here, though, is that Ralph also seems to have a really good long run car, which is, I'm assuming, John, these guys are on very similar setups being teammates. What do you think's making the difference here with Ralph having such good long run speed?
yeah, he was really struggling with it being tight, and he really loosened it up. And you got to be loose on the long run, and you just got to find that perfect balance between being just tight enough that you're not wrecking and just loose enough to where the car turns. So, one of the things that was really helping me is getting really down on that white and blue stripe. There's almost like 10% more grip down there when you get your lefts on it. It just really helps the car turn, and I'm just aiming for that line every single lap that I go down into the turn. It just really helps.
Yeah, we've seen that all night long. Drivers just trying to flirt with that apron line, and it is a bit of a risk. Obviously, I mean, you hit it too hard, it might get you sideways, but if you get it right, the advantage can't be understated. It's just so much more rotation. We see Robert right there hugging that line, getting a good line through the corner, and a battle behind him. Teammates Matt Long, Ralph Hutchison trying to sort out who's going to be in second here. I don't know. I think Ralph might have the car to take it. He's just got to get the right line here, maybe set up the overtake. And I think a lot of these guys probably thankful for the longer green flag run we've had. I know some of them cautions that kind of came in quick succession, and it kind of throws you out of your rhythm in a way.
Oh, for sure. As a driver, after doing multiple laps consistently, you throw in a caution, it just messes up your whole sequence and your rhythm. So to really get back into that rhythm is really hard right from the drop of the green flag.
So closing in on lap 232, it'll be when they cross the line here. If these guys split the stage in half like they've done so often tonight, that'll be about lap 250. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Getting into a little bit more lap traffic as well. You can see just ahead of Robert Miller, we have, I believe, yeah, it's a purple car. Can't quite make it out. It's somebody going a lap down. We'll find out before too long here. But lap traffic has not been too big of a factor so far tonight. It looks like Chad Edwards ahead of him. Seems like the track has been forgiving enough for lap traffic where they have the room to kind of get out of the way and let the leaders sort it out. But as this race goes on, I mean, we're getting more and more traffic, especially if this green flag run progresses. So I don't know. We might see lap traffic come into play. We got a lot of damaged cars out there at this point. We've had 2 big ones and a lot of drivers trying to salvage points. I mean, we got Sean O'Brien still salvaging what he can out there. Chad Edwards, Damaris has a little bit of damage from some incidents. So it could get interesting should this stay green, but battle for second not really changing. Ralph's right behind his teammate there, and as the camera quickly shifted there, that was Cam Stone, RJ Root, Dustin Hall. These guys all within relatively close distance of one another, trying to figure that out. But yeah, just kind of calm. I gotta ask John. We've talked all night long about how grueling this race can be. All 400 laps, longest race of the season. But we're commentators. We don't really know. We don't drive the car. What is it like from a driver's perspective in a race like this? I mean, what are these guys feeling right now, knowing that they have another 170 laps ahead of them?
Oh, I'm sure they're all wanting to be out of the car as quick as possible. I know these long races like these, even when you're not doing 600 laps, it really takes a toll on your body with these new cars. These things are just so on edge. I mean, the slightest mistake can ruin your day, like what happened with me. So I mean, you really have to be on focus 100% of the time, every lap, which takes a toll on you. And after 400 laps, you're really you're worn out, and you just want to be done. So it's really a mental game. So it's definitely a long race.
Yeah, we got a driver in the infield care center, Damaris Hickenbottom. Let's bring him up. Damaris Hickenbottom, you got a copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Well, Damaris, we didn't quite catch what happened to you there. We saw that you were kind of involved in that last scuffle and wasn't sure how much damage you got. What happened, man?
Well, I got caught up in that last caution. I'm just trying to ride around in the back, and parking lots formed as they tend to do, unfortunately, and got into somebody on the apron as the door was closing. Everything I was doing but lock her up, and still got into somebody, but those things happen. I was able to get back out there, and then the engine let go about 10 laps after that. So we're waiting to put a new one in, hopefully go back out there and come out here and get a top 20. A lot of torn-up race cars, so maybe we can still get out there and make it a decent points day.
Yeah, with this race being as long as it is, I think attrition is the key word. And some other races in the year, especially some of the road course races, something like that happens, and maybe you don't feel like it's worth it to go back out and claim points. But does this race being as long as it is kind of make it a little bit more tempting to go back out there and just kind of see, well, how many other guys are going to DNF? How many points can I rack up?
Oh man, absolutely. For a team like us, we're we're kind of akin to Starcom or something like that, man. We're scrapping for every point we can get. Running somewhere about 30th in points. So playoffs are looking pretty bleak for us. We're going to keep digging every week, but more importantly, trying to get in that top 25 so we can keep this tier 1 charter. Some advantages that we want to hold on to and be a part of 100% next year. So yeah, absolutely, man. It's second chances on second chances when you got 600 miles. So we'll see what we can make of it, and hopefully we can, like I said, pick a little bit something up when we get back out there.
Yeah, with the number of cars that we kind of have out of the race, you're looking at, if you can get back out there, maybe a top 15, which is not too shabby considering we started with 38 racers. You were definitely consistent out there. You were having a pretty good run. What was the track conditions like? I mean, walk me through a lap here. I mean, what are you dealing with?
Yeah, man, this car here, man, the platform is just, and I'm pretty sure John can tell you, it's so weird. I mean, it's way different than any other mile and a half we've been to this year. Maybe it's the radius of the corner, but you know, you got a couple bumps and humps that transitions going in and coming out the corner, especially that 1 and 4. And man, trying to keep the mechanical grip you need with the aero platform to make you fast is just a challenge, man. And keeping up with those track conditions. So obviously it's been cooling off, and fortunately, man, we were keeping up pretty good for what we had in the car. Pretty much everybody at Team Conti, we were making the right adjustments and following the track temp as it dropped. You know, again, this car characteristics, man, you know, back in the old Gen 6 when the car would cool or the track would cool off, you would typically trim tighter, right? And you'd know you'd have to loosen up the car a little bit because there'd be more grip on the track. And for the most part, that happens, but it seems to only happen on one end of the car. So the front will grip up a little bit more. But again, that doggone diffuser, man, it's almost everything, and trying to keep that thing stable in the same spot. And the entry and exit is everything. So tracks tricky, man. You gotta, you know, every turn is a little something different at you. So I'm sure the guys are struggling with that, trying to hold on to, especially those guys up front, man. They're lightning fast. You got Ralph and Matt Long up there, all the lockdown and LMM guys.
Yeah, it's kind of been the running theme. Everybody we've kind of asked about the car and the track, it seems like it's a lot more difficult than it was last year. So no surprise, we've seen, you know, some attrition, and things have played out very, I would say, excitingly. It's been pretty exciting to watch, just never really knowing what's going to happen, or you know, who's going to find some speed or who's going to make a little bit of a mistake. And it's been a fun race for sure. But Damaris, we'll let you head back to your team and get a new engine in there, and hopefully scrounge up some points.
That's the plan, man. We'll see what we can do.
Damaris out of the booth, and like you heard, going to try to get back out there and salvage some points. And again, he's going to get a fair amount of points. We've had a lot of drivers out of this race, and we're only a little over halfway. So attrition, man, that has been the key word.
You can say the same thing about John. John, I know you've not going to be finishing tonight's race and finishing multiple laps down. Currently 18th. Don't really see you losing any more positions to get outside the top 20, but you had very strong showings in stage 1 and stage 2. So you're still going to get a lot of points. Unfortunately, not as much as you and we all probably feel like you deserve here tonight.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, the goal is always to finish with a clean car and, you know, finish as good as we can. You know, hopefully top 5, top 3. You know, maybe we can go get that win. But you know, I think I've only wrecked out twice this year, so you know, to really kind of come home or with a clean car majority every week is always a good feeling. So you know, it doesn't happen much, but you know, when it does happen, when you wreck out, it's not a good feeling.
That's true, and unfortunately, if you were to have picked a time to wreck out, it probably would have been sometime in stage 4 and not in stage 3, where you could have gotten at least another average of around 5 points. I don't actually know what your average is between the stages. It should be more than 5 based on your performance, but you could have gotten a couple more points there if you were going to be taken out. But yeah, unfortunate shame for you. I do have a question. On stage 2, there was a caution before the really long run that resulted in green flag pit stops that another caution disrupted. But you went down pit road during that caution. I think it was 26 laps or so into that stage 2. Was it possible? Were you planning on trying to finishing out the rest of the stage without pitting, or what was the reason you went down pit road that time?
So yeah, that was the plan. The plan was to come down, take tires, fill it up, and hopefully try and, you know, save enough fuel to make it to the end of the stage. You know, and at the pace that I was going before the caution came out, I was right on pace with making it to the end of the stage. So I was really interested to see if that would have planned out and worked. But you know, regardless or not, the caution came out, maybe saved us a little bit, maybe didn't. But you know, kind of like I said, there's a lot of strategy involved when, you know, these cautions disrupt a lot of things. So, you know, always got to be on your toes for when to make the right pitch strategy and the right calls to come down pit road.
Now that kind of leads me into a question that I've actually been thinking about the last few races. One thing I've heard about this car a lot is that it doesn't like to be underdriven. if you're not driving it on the edge, it's just not stable. At least that's what Bryson and a few other
That would
drivers have
explain.
told me. Does that make saving fuel more difficult? Because obviously saving fuel entails backing up the corner entry, taking it easy, driving the car a little bit more gentler. That's not a word, gently. Does that make saving fuel harder, John?
It does in a way, but it really kind of all depends on the track. This track it wasn't as bad just because of the amount of off throttle time we have. So you're able to just kind of just put in the clutch on entry and just kind of let it coast down to the center where you can slowly get back on the gas. But if you go to another track like Kansas, where you're right against the wall and your diffuser's picking up off the ground right as you enter the turn. It can be really difficult to keep the car straight when you don't have any power going into the rears and keeping the rear spoiler and the rear diffuser down on the ground, which is really the key to a lot of your speed is getting that diffuser as low as you can to the ground. That really creates all your momentum and speed in a car.
Absolutely. And another thing that I think might kind of play into fuel saving as well with this car, maybe not so much at Charlotte, but especially at short tracks and things like that. I know some of you guys at tracks like Martinsville and the other short flat tracks were running third and fourth gear setups, which I would assume uses a little bit more fuel. So has there ever been any tracks on the schedule where just the gearing ratios have kind of posed a bit of a challenge?
Oh, for sure. Last year we had a fixed, or I guess you could call it a locked gear, where pretty much everyone was running the same gear, fourth gear. There really you didn't have much give with what gear you could have except for the road courses, and so everyone was pretty much on the the same level playing field for your gear. But now this year we have five gears, and the gear ratios are open, so you can run any gear you want. You could run third, you could run fourth, you could run fifth. It's really up to you and what you think is best for the car. And when you do make that decision on what gear you want to run, you pretty much that's what you base your handling and speed off from the car. You pretty much build the car off of your gear. So if you build a, a set for fifth gear, you're going to build the car off of the car in fifth gear, because the car that you set up in fifth gear is going to handle totally different in fourth gear. So it's really a challenge of trying to find that balance. And one thing I really notice is maybe you do want to run that lower gear ratio, like fourth gear, thinking more off throttle time and stuff like that. But that doesn't work all the time, because you're at higher revs. So instead of being in fifth gear and lower revs, you're constantly in higher revs in fourth gear. So it's always a challenge to see what gear you can come up that is really best for both handling, speed, and if you have to save fuel. So
Absolutely. We have had some takers down pit road. Speaking of fuel, Lucas Huitsma, I believe Anderson among them as well. Maybe RJ Root, I think, went down pit road. So we are at the halfway point of stage 3, which is about when these guys are going to be trying to split it, maximize that time on fresh tires. And some of these drivers, though, oh, look at this. I think our graphic may be incorrect, but it's showing. It did show Robert Miller down pit road, but he's on the track. Ralph Hutchison, Matt Long, Cam Stone, these guys are all coming down pit road. And that leaves one, Robert Miller, staying out, being the lone holdout. The LDR boys coming down in uniform here, save for Taylor Stout. And I think that's going to be a bit of an advantage. With the way that this stage has been green flag, I don't think staying out too long is going to be a huge help. I don't think Robert can really rely on a caution here. So could be good for the 97 and the 54, as well as some of these other guys that pitted there. Lucas Huitsma, Anderson. Game with strategy here, but nonetheless, Robert Miller staying out on track another lap. He's not going to make that hard left turn. We'll see what happens here. He's got a bit of a gap to second place Brockman, who also has yet to pit. Tanner Marty as well, staying out thus far.
He's been down pit road plenty of times, 11 times so far this race.
And there's the driver radio. Robert Miller will be pitting this time. So we're going to see, it wasn't a very big gap to the LDR cars behind Robert Miller. That extra 2 laps that he stayed out may be enough that he cycles out behind him. Here he goes down pit road. Good entry, no risk of speeding there. Pretty conservative.
I believe once Ross and Tanner and Alex go down pit road, that should cycle the field and give us the first full green flag pit stop of the night.
I'm really surprised it took us to stage 3 to get a full green flag cycle here. We've had a lot of green flag runs. It's just the cautions have come out at the kind of inopportune times, or if you're the 97, very opportune. Brockman inherits the lead for the moment.
Yeah, Jonathan, you were out there. You already talked about how your feeling was during the stage 2 green flag run, but you guys also had a stage 1 green flag run that got cut short during pit cycles. Was that of benefit for you, or did it not work out with the caution coming out when it did?
That worked out for me. I'm usually a person that likes to stay out as long as possible. Maybe go 4 to 5 laps longer than the person behind me does. I'm always the type of person that wants to be one of the last people to come down pit road when we have green flag pit stop. So I'm not against what Robert did there. He actually was able to come out ahead of the Matt Long and Ralph Hutchison that pitted before him. So, and now since he does have the few lap fresher tires, he should just be able to pull away easily.
It's really surprising to me that he did wind up in front of him there. I really thought Matt Long and Hutchison were going to get that advantage, but not too big of a gap here. We'll see if they can reel him in. We know that on the short run, Robert does kind of struggle here, so he's going to have to play some defense, I think. Make sure he keeps these guys behind him if he wants to hold on to that position. Brockman and Princeton pretty much being the lone holdouts. Lucas Huitsma being the driver who came down earliest out of the leaders. He does have third place, which would be the provisional lead once the 2 cars ahead of him do pit. But again, he's going to be on a lot older tires. How much do tires mean here, John? I'd have to imagine that tires are massively important. You guys are sliding around a lot, really putting some stress on these tires, putting them through a heat cycle. I mean, how many laps do you think it's going to take before Huitsma is starting to notice that differential?
It's going to be any lap here. Usually your first 2 laps you're pretty slow because there's no heat in the tires, so you got to pretty much take it nice and slow and easy, so you don't overdo it and spin the car out. But I mean, any lap here, the car's going to come in for him. Those tires are going to heat up, and I mean, any second now, Robert's going to fly past Lucas.
Yeah, tires definitely seeming to be a big factor here. A bit of lap traffic for the 97. He's going to get around Preston McRae there. And no trouble there. And now Ralph's going to work his way around him as well. And it looks like Princeton is coming down pit road, so that'll leave just Brockman. And once he comes down, it'll be a battle between Huitsma and Miller, who really only have about 0.2 of a second between them. They are about a car length apart. Alex Princeton trying to... Ooh, boy, that was a bit of a close call there. He's going to drop a couple positions to Long and Hutchison. I think that goes back to the cold tires there that you mentioned, John. Just not quite up to temps yet, so kind of trying to stay out of the way while he gets the heat up. And Taylor Stout also hadn't pitted, apparently. He's coming down pit road. And I'll tell you what, now that this has cycled out and we are still green, why don't we take in the sights and sounds of Charlotte and go to a crank it up. And we are back from the Crank It Up, taking in the sights and sounds of Charlotte under the lights. Sun has firmly fallen, and now we are in nighttime territory, so the track temps have plummeted. I don't know when the last time we checked in on it was, but I'm sure they are
We can
getting
check on
cool,
that right now.
and the cars are getting grippy. We'll take a look right now, as Carlos said. What do we got on track? It is down to 76 degrees track surface, and again, at the start of this race, it was about 85 or 84, so nearly a 10-degree difference, and that is massive. It doesn't sound like much, but completely different grip levels. Pun not intended, night and day.
Well, actually, now I'm curious about John. You were talking about what goes into building a setup, especially with the gears, but even more important, I would say, or maybe not necessarily even more important, but very important, I would mention, is the differences between night and day, and this race taking place over the course of day and night. How do you guys prepare for that? And without going into too much details about your setup specifically, what were you kind of leaning towards in terms of the day and night area of your setup?
Yeah, so you obviously you want a set that'll handle well when you first start the race, but then you also want to set up a good enough car so towards the end of the race you have a good car that handles well. So it's really hard to get it handling good at both stages of this race. Personally, I like to handle a little less or a little worse towards the first half of the race, since that doesn't matter as much, and then have it handle a lot better towards the end of the race. So, like we were saying, the track changes so much throughout the race. That includes the track temp, the amount of rubber and grip that's on the track. All that stuff goes into a factor of how the car handles, and you have to be on top of it of making changes to the car. This car doesn't like a lot of big changes into it, like it did with the Gen 6, the last year's car. But you got to make small adjustments, and if you make those right adjustments, the car's going to come in really good.
So on screen right now, we're following along with the 57. That's one car that has been slowly getting better, I think, as the night has progressed. We talked to Bryce, who had a hand in working on the setup and kind of helping out the SPR boys, and he said that he expected these cars to get better, and it seems to be coming to fruition here, as Cam is pretty firmly in the top 10. RJ Root has had a good car all night long. I mean, even before the sun went down, he was pretty solid top 10 speed, and he's there in 6th, so we've had some comers and goers tonight, but the front of the field, the top 5, I would say, has been pretty unchanging. I mean, Robert Miller, Matt Long, Ralph Hutchison, they have been pretty much class of the field all night long, and it doesn't really matter what's been thrown at them. It doesn't matter if there's been cautions, green flag runs, pit sequences. They've pretty much just stayed on the ball, been on top of their game, and been up there in those podium positions all night long. Ralph, maybe less so. You mentioned earlier, John, that the car was really kind of getting away from him at the start of the race and then got better as the night progressed. What kind of pit road adjustments can you make to sort the car out? I mean, if you're Ralph earlier in the race and the car is just not where you want it, what are your options?
So there isn't too many options you have. You obviously have your perch adjustments. You have your left rear and your right rear perch adjustments, and you can make adjustments to those perches in the rear. Um, and that'll if you want to make it tighter, you make an adjustment in the rear end. You move those perches up and down to what you want the car to do. Um, and then other than that, the perches, you have your air pressures. One thing I did in the race, I was pretty tight on entry and was really hitting those bumps in 3 and 4. So I put a half a pound in my left front to help raise the splitter up off the ground a little bit and help it turn a little bit on entry as well. But each tire that you make an adjustment to, it handles and changes the car. If I wanted to make the car a little looser, I'd put a half a pound in the right rear. If I wanted the car to be tighter, I'd put a half a pound in the left rear. You just learn all this stuff as you race and as you just be in the car and make adjustments to it. You learn all these adjustments of what to do when the car is handling a certain way. It's just a lot of experience goes on when you're trying to make those adjustments, knowing what to do to the car.
You just gotta figure it out and learn over the course of the race, and that's one of the benefits, I would say, of a race this long. You have more time to figure the car out, and also more time to reap the benefits if you do get the setup right. If you do figure it out, you got plenty of time to make up for any time lost early on or before you got those adjustments made. So, just a unique race all around. Up front, not much has changed. Robert Miller has a 4-second lead over Matt Long. Hutchison is about 2 seconds behind his teammate there in third. Lucas Huitsma 3/10 or so from Hutchison to Huitsma. Big gap to. Ooh, okay. I heard on the radio that there may be a bit of an incident.
I got a red tag saying Hall has crashed. Dustin Hall I'm being shown is off track. Something's going on with Hall. I can't seem to find him though.
We will try to dial up a 3-wide TV replay. If we can't find it, we apologize. But yeah, Dustin Hall came across the driver radio, said "Reckon." Now he is missing a hood, so that's interesting.
My forensics ability tells me that he was the one that maybe had an incident.
Survey says it may have been Dustin.
Okay. Oh man, I'm sorry, Dustin. I have to show this.
So I take it we found it. Top of the 3-wide TV multicam. A little bit loose on the apron. Oh no. Cody wasn't here, so he had to take up the mantle of hitting them pit barrels.
I'm sorry, Dustin. I really am.
Man, he just clipped him too. That was unfortunate. Worst part was he almost saved it. I mean, he got loose in the middle of the corner, drifted it through the corner, just about had it, and then that pit barrel reached out to hug him. Leader working his way through some lap traffic. Oh man, that was a bit of a close call. Alex Brinson getting a little squirrely just as the leader passed him. And now he's got to get through Preston McRae again here. But not too much pressure from behind. I mean, again, 5-second gap to Matt Long, continuing to extend that gap. And just a lot of separation here. Now, John, as a driver, when you get this kind of separation, does that make it easy to kind of fall into almost autopilot mode where you're not really thinking and you're not really focused? Does it almost become easier to make mistakes when things are less high stakes because you're not quite focused in?
Oh, for sure. When you're all alone, you have a few seconds to the person behind you, a few second gap to the person in front of you, and in a long race like this, you kind of just zone out. You kind of like, oh, I can, finally take a little bit of a break and not have to concentrate as hard, and doing that, you can mess up a turn. You could hit the apron, get tight or get loose, or you could exit a turn and hit the wall. There's a lot of stuff that you just, like I said, with this car, you got to be concentrated on the car 100% all the time, or else you're gonna make those mistakes and it's gonna ruin your race.
All right, so we are at lap 290 out of 300 for this stage. We got about 10.5 laps to go. I think everybody right now, barring a caution or something crazy happening, is pretty much cemented in their position. Gaps are big enough that I don't think anybody's really going to be too worried about dropping through the field by any means. Kevin Steele just outside of the frame there. He trying to salvage some points with a wounded horse. No front bumper, no rear bumper. Still trying to get what he can out of it. There's Ralph there in the 54. A little ways behind his teammate. Working his way through lap traffic. Lucas Huitsma, who, again, he was in the lead for a little while at the beginning of this pit sequence. But because he pitted so early... Oh! All right, well, that changes things. I don't think this is close enough to the stage for this to be the stage caution, so we'll have a bit of a dash to
that's a 10th caution.
Lap 300, but that is caution number 10, which is, if you remember at the top of the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, that was my prediction for the total cautions of the night was 10. And we still got 100 and... about 112 laps to go or so.
And one
So-
more stage.
And another stage. So my prediction is inherently wrong because we will automatically get another one.
I have no idea what the caution is for. I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, we're trying to scan through and find out what that was for. The drivers on the radio seem to be just as confused. Somebody asked if that was a stage end.
I know that the 100% Cup Series YouTube account is on the chat watching, so if they have some sort of information, either DM me or put it out here on the YouTube chat. If it was a spin or something, I can pull it up.
So the admins just confirmed this won't be the stage caution. We're going to throw it to a short break while we maybe work to identify what happened. And if we can't, we'll bring it back before the drop of the green and bring you the dash to the stage end.
Yeah, you're live.
All right, so nobody could quite identify what happened. Maybe somebody dropped the yellow flag onto the track. Maybe somebody threw a beer can in front of one of the cars. Not sure, but nonetheless, we're going to be going green this time by, and it's going to be a 6-lap dash to lap 300 for the stage end. We were talking a little bit about whether or not we were going to get a repeat stage winner for the first time tonight, and I think we definitely will. I think it's going to be Matt Long. I got to say, the short run speed that he has in that car, Robert Miller's fast, but on the long run,
Even with
this
old
little
tires?
dash,
Because nobody went down pit
even
road.
on old tires, nobody could go down pit road. Nobody was allowed to go down pit road
That's
that
so
that
weird.
caution. So everybody's kind of on an equal playing field as the pace car pulls off, and the field is in the hands of Robert Miller. What is he going to do? He wastes no time. He gets on the loud pedal. Outside lane gets a little bit stacked up. Doesn't lose too much time, though. Look at this. Lucas Huitsma moving to the bottom of that 97. Trying to make the move. He's going to stay at the quarter panel, but again, side drafting not really much of an effective strategy, so he's going to drop back here. RJ Root now at his doors. The 97 is clear and free in the second. Or I apologize, third. Ralph up to P2, and Robert trying to get another stage win tonight. 4 cars under a blanket. Robert Anderson, RJ Root, Lucas Huitsma, Matt Long. These guys all bumper to bumper through 1 and 2. Now side by side is...
we have the official cause of caution. It was debris in the racetrack.
All right, iRacing debris. That's a new feature.
One of the drivers must have grabbed their roll bar cushioning and just thrown it off into the track.
All right, so the the Kyle Petty strategy.
I thought that was Robbie Gordon. I think that was Kyle Petty.
Yeah, it might have been Robbie Gordon. I know Kyle Petty did a lot of crazy stuff too. Look at this, Lucas Huitsma, 07 machine, trying to make another lunge at Matt Long. Gets sideways doing it though. Again, taking that shallow entry. I understand why you got to try to do it. If you're going to make the move and you get alongside somebody, you got to take that shallow entry. But man, so many times tonight we've seen a car enter on that apron line and just get the car out from underneath them. It gets squirrely. You got to chase it up the track. They lose time. Ideally, you want to be entering up towards the wall, but man, when you're trying to make a pass and sometimes you don't have the track, it's difficult. Lucas doing everything he can to try to make a pass for third, but Matt Long playing some great defense is a little bit further ahead of them. Battle for the lead isn't much of a battle. Robert Miller is checking out. He's got
More
about
battle for third.
6/10.
And John, with 2 laps to go here in this stage, I do want to kind of hear a championship contender's approach as to how to restart with like a 5-lap shootout on all tires.
Well, first of all, with how much horsepower we have in this car, you got to watch out for wheel spin. On old tires. Alone on fresh tires, they're already a bit of a struggle to get it going. But when you're on old tires like this, you got to watch out for the wheel spin on the restart. And then you also got to take a notice. You're not on fresh rubber, so you're not going to go into the turn and have instant grip. You got to back up your turn and hopefully try and get the drive off to make passes and be really aggressive.
And it is going to be Robert Miller grabbing his second stage win of the night, as behind him, it's side by side for third. And I think Lucas Huitsma just barely knows him out. Top 10 for that stage. The driver's getting points. Going to be Robert Miller with the stage win, Ralph Hutchison P2, Lucas Huitsma third, Matt Wong fourth, Robert Anderson top 5, Cameron Stone in 6th, RJ Root 7, Ross Brockman, Tanner Marty 8 and 9 respectively. And rounding out the top 10, Dustin Hall, even after getting into those barrels. That is quite impressive. But as we already had a as we already had a word with Robert Miller when he won stage 1, we're just going to throw it to a short break while this caution goes, and we'll be back before the drop of the green. All right, we are back. We're going to have a quick word with Ralph Hutchison, who had a really good pit stop there, gained some position. See if I can bring him in here. Ralph Hutchison, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, Ralph, you had a killer pit stop there. The old LDR pit crew did you well, and you're going to be restarting from the lead here. You got a fast car underneath you. It's been getting faster all night. How's the outlook?
Feeling pretty good about it. Made some more changes there on pit road. We've just been really fighting tight all night, and overall speed really too. So definitely trying things on pit road here. The only thing that really matters to me here with my point situation is a win. So throwing everything we can at it, see if we can't get it done here tonight. We've overcome a lot, and just thankful for this Lockdown Racing group behind me.
Absolutely. We were talking to your teammate here in the booth who's kind of helping commentate, and he was talking about how important clean air is, and now you finally got it. Does that help the confidence knowing that you've got that clean air, nobody in front of you?
It absolutely does. But we did throw the kitchen sink at this thing on pit road. So it's either going to go here. I'll just keep it easy. It's either going to go really, really good or really, really bad. So,
I like those odds.
yep. So clean air is king. Going to fight as hard as I possibly can here. So, yeah, that's about the size of it. Winner steering wheel is kind of how this format works nowadays. You know, it's just, you know, with where I'm at in points, it just doesn't mean anything to, you know, just settle for second or third. You got to go try and win these things every time. So,
Absolutely. Well, the lights are out. We're going to put you back up with your teammate. Good luck, Ralph.
thanks, guys.
And there he goes. And you heard him, John. Wreckers or checkers.
Oh yeah. You know, when you go for your first win, it's always a special one, and you want to try as hard as you can to go get your first win. So it's always you pushing your car to the fastest, and you're pushing it to the limit. And sometimes when you do that, you push it a little too hard, and you end up into the outside wall. So.
Especially at a race like this. I mean, going for your first win at longest race of the year, one of the most difficult races of the year, if not the most difficult, it would be pretty special. And he's going into this restart with a bit of uncertainty. It seemed like he mentioned all the changes he made to the car, and it's always a scary thing. I mean, you come down pit road, you make some adjustments, you hope that it's going to help, but ultimately you don't actually know exactly how that's going to affect the car, and maybe you go too far in one direction or not far enough. So we'll see. He's got some defense to play, but with the advantage of clean air, should be doable. We'll see what happens. Pace car pulls off. Ralph Hutchison with a good restart there, and he's bringing the inside line in tow. The outside actually didn't really go, and that's going to drop Robert Miller potentially back to third here. Matt Long behind these guys side by side, watching them sort this out. Matt Long to the quarter panel of the 07, and I think you can see it already, guys. Carlos, John, this intensity level, just from the drop of the green. I mean, these guys are trying to side draft, trying to get runs 2-3 wide. It's the final stage. It's go or go home time.
Not only
Yeah.
that, oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh no, it's all right. This could possibly be the last caution we have. So everyone's trying to pick off as many spots as they can for the long green flag run that maybe everyone thinks that we're gonna have. So yeah.
And especially if you're Matt Long, you definitely want to get what you can out of this restart, because the speed with him has just continually been on the short run. So if you can make some passes early on while the car is good and put yourself in a position where you have a bit of an advantage when the car starts to fade later on, that's what you want to do. And Matt Long did get a good restart. He is sitting there in third. Robert Miller is P2. And Ralph, well, he had some doubts about the setup changes, but I think whatever he did, it worked out pretty well, because last time at the line it was a 0.3 of a second gap, and it seems like he's pulling away further and further down this back straightaway as well. He got a good run out of two, so he's going to gain a little bit more this lap as well, and at least in the short run, Ralph's on rails.
This is the stage where I was mentioning earlier, race of attrition, but also race of mental fitness. We're at the point where the majority of the races are already done if this is on any other week, but this is a 600-mile race. People are going to start to lose mental stability, get fatigued for everybody except Ralph Hutchinson. Dude, that guy just ran the fastest lap of the race last lap.
Yes, he did. Last time by, he ran a 29.725. So as the track temps cool down, of course, the track's going to get faster and faster, but you combine that with a couple of good changes on pit road, and you get the fastest lap of the race. What a lap.
Yeah, yes, indeed. But also, John, since you are a championship contending driver, I do want to talk to you about how you also approach this mammoth of a race, 600 miles. How do you keep your mental stability in check? How do you not lose lose concentration and make sure you're performing at the best here at the end to not make any mistakes and possibly get a win.
You know, I'm not too sure about that, Andre. You know, I try
My
to
name is
not to,
Carlos.
you know, go. Oh, I'm sorry, Carlos. I'm sorry about that. Um, yeah, I'm not too sure about that. You know, you going into these races, you know, you gotta take your time. You can't go 100% from the start of the race. You gotta kind of just ease into it. You know that you can take it easy. You know the first stage and kind of just slowly kind of work your way and just log laps. But you got to be there at the end and you know conserving your energy towards the end or to the end is really a key factor in the long green flag runs we have and staying focused. So it's I'm sure a lot of drivers do it differently, but it's different for everyone of what they do.
Yeah, I would imagine just trying to conserve your energy and like you said, taking a bit of a slow entry to the start, taking it easy and just being calm at the start probably helps a lot towards the end. If you're going into this race with an anxious mindset and you're just constantly on edge at all times, it's not going to work out well once you get to lap 200, 300 for sure. Right now, Ralph Hutchison is maintaining his lead. It's about 5/10 of a second, and that's where it stayed for the last few laps. But it seems like Robert Miller and Matt Long are both starting to come to life behind him. Last time by for Hutchison, it was a 29.896. And for Robert Miller, it was a 29.954, 29.961 for Matt Long. So actually, Hutchison did pull away a little bit. I thought I saw them get a little closer, but no, he's still pulling away. That car is flying. Question is, John, do you think he can maintain this speed on the long run? Do you think maybe driving this hard early on is gonna be detrimental, or do you think he's gonna be able to hold on to this pace?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. Roberts had really good long run this the entire race. Maybe him being in dirty air now, and maybe having to push the car a little harder on the short run. Maybe he's gonna be able to, or maybe he's burned off his tires a little more than he has all race, trying to stay up with Ralph. So maybe it'll kind of even out where since Ralph has the clean air, it's gonna work better for him rather than Robert being behind him in dirty air. So it'll be interesting to see if if Ralph's car stays fast how it is now, and if Robert can maybe pull him back and get around him. So we'll see.
Now, was there ever any concern, at least on the LDR pit box, about the tire limit with the amount of cautions we've had? Do you think some of these guys are kind of stressing about the tire limit? How close do you think they're getting to running out of sets?
I think everyone's getting to the point where they don't want any more cautions. They don't want anything else to mess with their strategy. Uh, so I mean, I was even kind of close. I was planning out, when tire sets I would use for the stages, and when I would take them during green flag pit stops, just to plan out if when I could use a set and when I couldn't. So it's definitely with a long race like this, you got to really take in mind of how many sets that you use throughout the entire race. So yeah.
Yeah, and as the race goes on, it just becomes more and more of a concern. We do have a battle brewing. Robert Miller is starting to close the gap now. It was a 30.2 for Ralph last time by, and for Miller, it was a 30.0. I think Miller might have got a little loose down on the apron, had to give it a bit of a safety lift, so to speak, and that kind of allowed the 15 to carry some more momentum and close that gap. But getting to him, that's one thing. Passing him is going to be another. It seems like you can pass, at least from what I've seen. We've seen a lot of overtakes tonight, but it's got to be meticulous. It's almost like you got to plan it out and set it up ahead of time. So for Robert Miller to get around this guy, I don't know, might be a little tough, especially when he's got, Ralph has a teammate not too far behind him that may be willing to get up here with a 15, battle it out, and slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, if Ralph and Robert get side by side for too long, it won't be very long till Matt Long gets up there. Man, it's a lot of longs. But it won't be very long till he gets up there and maybe has a contention in the battle.
Absolutely. The gap still about the same as it was as Robert Miller gets a little loose on the apron. Seems to just be One lap, Ralph makes a mistake. Next lap, Miller makes a little bit of a bobble, and they're just kind of trading off lap times, trying to sort this out. Very equally matched, at least for the time being. Robert drives it in really deep there. We've noticed, we were talking in the booth, and Adam pointed out too, John, that all of you LDR guys were just driving into the corners so deep. And it seems like now Robert's trying to learn from you guys, and he's emulating that.
Yeah, if you drive it in deep enough and you get it down to the paint, it'll stick. If you can obviously go, for the strata, laying off a little bit on entry and kind of getting the run off. But as you said earlier, it almost benefits to drive the car a little harder. It just makes the car handle a little bit better over the course of a run. But of course, if you overdo that and push it too hard, you're going to burn your tires up, and your handling is going to fall away on the long run. So yeah.
And balancing act. The car likes to be driven hard, but of course, we are on tires, and tires fade if you drive too hard. So you got to be careful. Here we go. Move for the lead. Robert Miller finally gets to the bottom of Hutchison. Almost some contact there. Actually, might have been a little bit of netcode contact. Robert Miller trying to pin him up to the outside wall so we can get a bit of a higher entry here. And Ralph with a great run on the outside. Normally in 3 and 4, the outside is not as successful, but Ralph made it work right there. He was sideways, he was sliding, but he kept his foot in it, and that kept the lead at least at the line. Now through 1 and 2, the high line is good in 1 and 2. We've seen that all night long. Ralph should be able to play some defense here, but Robert Miller, again, the bottom lane seems to be where the grip is. He's got a good shot at this too. Oh, contact! Ralph's going to slide up the track. I think he was trying to pinch Robert down and he got a little too close. And that's going to put him down to second place as he gets a little snap loose coming out of the corner. And all this battling, John, has opened up the door for Matt Long. You said it. If these guys battle, he's going to be right there. Well, here he is. Player 3 is into the battle.
Yep. I mean, Ralph's going to do everything in his power to try and get around Robert here. He's gonna push the car to the limit and see if he can try and get a run on him. As you said in his interview earlier, he's checkers or wreckers. He's either going for that win or he's going to be in the outside fence. So it seems like Robert's kind of been pulling away these past few laps, but maybe Ralph can make a adjustment on pit road to help him a little bit on in the long run, or maybe a pit strategy too to help him get in front of him again.
And I think that wreckers or checkers mentality is extremely prominent in a race this long, because if you're second place and you can see the leader right in front of you and you're not too far from the end of this thing, you got to be thinking in your mind, I didn't just drive for 4.5, 5 hours to finish second. You're going to do everything you can to get the win and make all of that time and all that effort worth it, and to come out on top. So Ralph doing everything he can, of course, and so is everyone else. Matt Long driving the wheels off that thing. Lucas Huitsma back and forth. We haven't really talked about him, but he's also been in this battle. He's been a member of this pack here for a while. Robert Miller, of course, has been driving hard all night long. These guys are just giving it everything they can, and we are getting close. I mean, lap 327, 328 as they cross the line. There's not a whole lot of racing left if this stays green, but we do have one more green flag pit sequence coming up, which leads me into a bit of a question for you, John. If this stays green, these guys are going to be coming down pit road under green flag conditions. What is the pit road entry like here at Charlotte? I mean, what kind of braking markers are you using? How difficult is the transition from the track to the banking? What are you looking at a pit road entry?
Yeah, so I just missed it there, but to the right side on the wall, there's a Charlotte USA logo that I use. I use the end of that of that sign on the wall as my braking marker. There isn't a specific braking marker that I have where I'm gonna brake at this specific point, but pretty much in that general area, I get on those brakes real hard. Waiting to not get on the apron as quick as possible. You want to wait and slow down on the track as much as possible before you go down to that banking, because it unsettles the car a lot, and if you hit that apron at high speed, it's just going to send your car around. The banking is very rough here, so you kind of have to time it perfectly off exit, because the banking does kind of fall away from the apron and the track, so it does smooth out towards the end of pit road where you can kind of cut it down and slow the car down a little bit more.
And now, what about pit exit? Obviously, there's a rule where you have to stay on the apron. You can't blend until the back straightaway. And the apron in 1 and 2 as you exit is very slick. It's covered in dust and marbles and all that. And of course, your tires are going to be cold at that point. How much of a risk do you take trying to gain as much time as possible on pit road exit? I mean, how hard are you pushing the car to get to that back straightaway?
You're pushing it as hard as you can. This track, you're right on the edge of crossing that line, because you can't get up into the track, or you can't cross that white and blue stripe till you get to the blue cone on the backstretch. And doing so, this pit exit, it's very bumpy. It's also very flat, so you have to really time it, and you have to play a bit of a game with the gas. You got to be on it, you got to be off it. It's really a game of how hard you can push it till you push it too hard. And another thing you have to watch out right before you make that turn to the left onto the apron. There's a big bump you have to watch out for. And then same thing on the backstretch. If you're a little too low on the backstretch, there's a big bump that'll send your car flying if you go over it.
Gotcha. Yeah, the apron is definitely not a very smooth surface on this track, and that's kind of one thing we've noticed watching the cars exit the pits. And I don't know, it's just something that you don't really hear about on the broadcast. Everyone talks about pit entry, but as somebody who has driven on iRacing and as somebody who's not very good at driving on iRacing, I've always found the pit exit to be just as complicated. So it's interesting to hear that insight into it. And yeah, it's not really as simple as it might seem. You watch these guys drive out of the pits like, oh, yep, you're just back on the track. But no, you're on the edge. You're pushing that thing till you can blend. It's interesting. But Robert Miller out to about a second lead now. He's continued to pull away. And now here's where the question comes in. What strategy do these guys use? Because all night long, we've kind of been back and forth. We've had times where the undercut was not beneficial, where it actually hindered the people who did it because of either cautions or just other circumstance. We've had times where staying out too long has hindered people. It's kind of gone both ways. If you're a driver in this situation, it's been green this entire stage just about. Are you going to try to split it in half, or you think maybe stay out a little longer?
I don't know. If I'm like Robert, I'm staying out as long as I can. I'm not going to take the chance of coming down pit road real early and that caution coming out. I'm going to stay out a few laps after second or third place pits. Now, if I'm someone like Ralph or Matt, who's really doesn't have a good shot at the win right now, there's just there's no way, and that they have the speed to go and pass Robert. I would do something totally different. Short pit him by a few laps, come down pit road early, and take maybe a swing at the car, and maybe it'll help you with your handling. So it really all depends on where you are in the track, at the track. Like if you're leading or if you're mid pack, if you're kind of running up towards the front. But it's a game you got to play. Every single stage, every single end to the race, you got to know the perfect time to pit.
And again, like you mentioned, it's kind of dynamic. It's not even so much what's going on with the race as a whole, how many people are causing cautions, what's the trend been, but it's also just what situation are you in? Are you in the lead? Are you comfortable? Do you have anything to lose? Do you have the option to just come down pit road and say, well, like you said, I can't pass him on speed anyway, so let's just try to get him on pit road. So it really does vary driver to driver, and I think you're right. I think Robert may try to take this longer run strategy, but it's more high stakes now. Whatever strategy you take, you have to hope that it works, because if your strategy doesn't work in stage 1, fine, you got a whole race ahead of you to make up for that. If your strategy doesn't work in stage 2, same thing. If it doesn't work now, if you make a mistake and somebody gets the advantage just because they had a better strategy, that's it. They've won, because there's not enough time to make up for that. So it really is the money stop.
But yeah, for sure. And, getting into your box too, you can't overdrive your pit stall. And same thing getting onto pit road. If you get a speeding penalty in stage 1, you have time to come back from that penalty. But if you do that right now, there's no coming back from it. If you do come back, there's very little time to do it, and you're going to be way in the backpack, and you're just going to kind of probably destroy your tires trying to get back up to the front, which you already don't have very many tire sets left at the end of the race.
Something to think about, and here we go. Robert Miller working his way around a lapped car, the number 38 Jeffrey Souza. I believe Jeffrey was just in pit road not too long ago. He is 101 laps down, 102 now, as Robert Miller makes his way around. So he got a new engine, got back out there. Speaking of some of the drivers that are laps down, Damaris Hickenbottom did finally get back out on track. I believe he's 110 laps down. Kevin Steele, he asked us to count how many laps down he was. We did earlier, and it was 58. Now it is 60 laps. So actually only losing 2 more laps over the course of about 150 laps since we last checked. And he's down 400 reps. So that's not too bad for him to have only lost a few more laps there. Dustin Hall currently would be the provisional lucky dog if we were to get a yellow flag. He is the only driver 1 lap down. Taylor Stout behind him is 2 laps down. So Dustin, despite his incident and all the damage he has, still having a pretty solid run inside the top 10. And just lost the lucky dog as Ralph Hutchison has come down pit road according to scoring and timing. So were we to get a caution, it would go to him. But of course, that just is as everything is cycling out. But there you go, John. Ralph being a very early adopter to pit road.
Yep. And he doesn't have much to lose. He's really going for that win. And if he just does a normal strat and pit halfway, that's most likely not going to get him the win. So he has to do something, out of the ordinary, and come down a lot earlier than everyone else is. And hopefully, something like a caution comes out in his favor, and where he has the lead and can take the lead from Robert.
Yep, just have to hope that it works out, and only time will tell. Miller's still in the lead, and look at that.
Wow.
Yellow flag.
Wow.
Would you look at that?
So we will try to identify what happened there for the 12th
Raymond
caution of the
Root.
night, and looks like RJ Root involved. He was kind of sitting on the infield there on the back straightaway. All right, we got her dialed up. Let's see what happened to
What you guys
RJ
were
coming out of the
talking about
pits.
exactly.
And hey, we were just talking about that, John.
Oh, yes, we were.
Ooh, not only that, but he's also gonna get a black flag for improper pit exit because he went too far low on the cone.
Yeah, that is true. Take another look at it. Just trying to... I think what happened there was he got up on that line. He was trying to use what little banking there is there. And he was worried about crossing that line, so he kind of made a jerk move to the left there, and it just sent the car around, just trying to get everything he could, and just a little bit too much. So we're going to throw it to a short break while everybody works their way down pit road. You'll be able to see all the pit road action. We'll be back at the drop of the green.
Back.
And we are back for the not Coke 600, the a billion. Go ahead, Carlos. You
A
you
billion
got that
wood
covered.
projects LLC.com.
There you
600.
go. Like I said, on par with Publix chicken tender sales on sale dot whatever.
.com,
Yeah, sure.
which they are
Anyways,
not, unfortunately.
still not on sale. Robert Miller leading the way. He's got Matt Long on the outside. He's got a teammate behind him though, Lucas Huitsma and Robert Anderson, row 2 outside. It'll be an interesting restart here. Everybody's got fresh tires and only about 50 laps to go once this flag drops. So it's go or go home time as the pace car prepares to make that left-hand turn. There she goes. Robert Miller waiting a minute there, stacking up the field, gets on the loud pedal, cuts through the grass a little bit unorthodox, but it works. Side by side for second behind him. Lucas Huitsma trying to get around the 97. Can he make it work? You've seen Matt Long work some magic on the high side. It's going to be hard to get around him. Looks like just a little bit of a wiggle out of Huitsma cost him some momentum. Behind him, we've got another side-by-side battle. Cameron Stone, Ross Brockman, these drivers trying to settle who's going to be in 5th place as they work their way out of turn 4, and they single file out. Cameron Stone does take 5th place. Still side-by-side for second, though. Lucas Huitsma on the bottom. Matt Long now moving up a little bit further, actually taking that high line up against the wall. It's going to get him a good run down the straightaway. If he's going to use it. And he does. Advantage going into 3 and 4. But again, 3 and 4 seems to be the corner where the high line is harder to run. Just because it is a tighter radius. The banking is a little bit different. So Lucas does get a bit of an advantage here. And at the stripe, it is just about too close to call. Timing and scoring says Matt Long did have second place at the line. Through 1 and 2. Look at this run through the center of the corner for Matt Long. This may be it. I think he's going to get clear before they get into 3 and 4. Question is, does he cut down? No, he's not quite clear. Try it again through 3 and 4. Lucas Huitsma deep into the bottom. Gets a little bit sideways. Matt Long, great run through the tribal. This may be it. He is clear in a second. So now, Matt Long has about a second, a little under a second. 0.8 of a second to get to the leader. Can he do it? Again, we know that Robert Miller's car doesn't tend to come to life until he's got a few laps on the tires. He's really good on the long run. So for the next few laps, I think Matt Long will have an advantage. He might be able to get to him, but whether or not he can pass him is a completely different question. Robert has been so fast tonight, especially after the sun has gone down. So it's going to be interesting to see. But if you are Matt Long in this situation, John, and you see you've got about a 0.9 of a second gap to make up, do you take it easy now in the hopes that in the long run, when we get closer to that checkered flag, you can use what you got left and make a late race run at it? Or are you just driving the wheels off that thing right now, trying to get to him while you can?
I think you got to get to him as fast as possible. You know, Matt having the quick run he has to take advantage of that. Try and, you know, get around him before Robert's long run speed kicks in. So, you know, you gotta drive the car as hard as you can and try and get up to his bumper and see if you can get a pass on him. Just take advantage of Matt's short run speed and see if he can do it. I don't know. It seems like Robert's still kind of pulling away a little bit, but it's staying pretty stable, the gap to him and Robert.
So Dustin Hall, it seemed like he was going to be on the lead lap. This timing and scoring showed him on the lead lap on that restart. He is now down a lap, and I'm not sure if that's because he actually went a lap down, being down on horsepower, or if that was just a timing and scoring issue. But he is in 10th. RJ Root, who was the cause of that caution, is P9 right now. He is currently in lucky dog position. First car a lap down. So if we get another caution, he will be the benefactor there. Tanner Marty is the last car in the lead lap. He's about 5 seconds back from our leader in 8th place. Still 8 cars in the lead lap. Pretty impressive after 357 laps. But as you mentioned, John, the gap between Robert Miller and Lucas, I think Matt Long. I think the gap between first and second is increasing ever so slightly, which is bad news for Matt Long. But, I mean, are you really expecting this to go green all the way? Things are getting a little bit more intense. We just had a caution not long ago. If you had to make a prediction, John, does it stay green?
I'm gonna say it's gonna stay green. I don't think we're gonna get any more cautions that come out. I think you're gonna see this race finish with no cautions.
All right, I'm gonna have to agree. I think it does stay green. There's not a whole lot of the field left. Again, attrition has been the key word tonight, and of course, the less cars that are on track, the less possibility of a yellow flag. So I would expect things to stay clean. I want to check in on Ralph Hutchison real quick. He restarted in 8th place, and he's already driven up to 5th, so he's back inside the top 5. And he is actually closing in on the cars ahead. It was a 30.0 last time around for him, and about a 30.0 for the car ahead. Let's check the lap times this time. Lucas Huitsma with a 30.0, and for Hutchison, 30.0. So right on pace, just not quite reeling him in like he would hope. Just kind of locked into now 4th place, actually. He got around Robert Anderson. Not sure how that transpired, but he is in 4th now, so working his way through the field. Fresh tires, a little bit of a setup adjustment, like he said, from these last few yellow flags. So we'll see what he can do. And the closest battle I would say right now is between Matt Long and Lucas Huitsma, although even they are separated a little bit, about 0.3 between them. Everybody just kind of single filing out, probably just hoping to get to the end. You know, at this point, I think these guys are like, I'm going to single file out. I'm going to run wherever my car is comfortable, and I just want to make it to the end. I mean, you got to think they're getting a little bit fatigued, a little bit exhausted, and man, it has been a long race. It is nearly 12:30 on the East Coast, ladies and gentlemen. We started at 8:30, so these guys have been at it for about 4 hours, and that is pretty excessive. Longest race of the year, as we have really hammered in tonight. It is so much different from what you see week to week, and these guys probably feeling the effects right about now. It's 0.9 seconds between Miller and Long. That's about where it stayed, give or take, for the last few laps. So Long not really gaining or losing, which is interesting because we are starting to get into that time period here where you would think Robert Miller's long run speed would kick in. He'd start to pull away a little bit, but no, it's kind of hovering around the same gap. So we'll see how this develops. But for the time being, while we got about 37 laps left in the race, why don't we do one last crank it up? back from our crank it up, taking in the sights and sounds of a very calm Charlotte, I would say. Not a whole lot going on, not too much battling. Everybody's kind of settled into their positions, and at this point, we're at the home stretch. Gap to the leader for Matt Long has grown a little bit. It's now about 1.5 seconds, according to time and scoring last time by. And Robert Miller, again, he's had such good long run speed all day long. I don't think that's much of a surprise. Lucas Huitsma is not far behind Matt Long, but as we've seen all night long, it seems like Lucas has just kind of stalled out around third all night long. It seems to be where his car is just ranked, I would say, as far as setup. He can get up with Matt Long, he can get up with Robert Miller, but he can't quite get around him. Seems like it just kind of stalls out. He gets to third and the parachutes deploy, but Robert Anderson, really good run for him. Ralph Hutchison currently P5, and maybe not looking at the win that he was hoping for tonight, but even so, you can't really say that this was a bad night for him. He's worked his way through the field so many times, really struggled with the car early on, and to come through all of that and be running in the top 5 right now is still massively impressive. And as I said, that Lucas Huitsma was kind of stalling out there in third. He actually got a little closer to Matt Long that time by, he was about a 10th faster, so maybe gonna have a battle for second place brewing.
I'm looking at what's going on right now compared to what we saw in the beginning of the race. And of course, this is 600 miles of racing, so things are going to happen. As we saw, we had major incidents, big players involved, and a lot of drivers have gone home and grabbed the peaks of the boys already. But the fact that we're seeing such separation from what we saw in the beginning, where in that first stage was a barn burner. It was 4 drivers going at it, of course, with I don't remember if it was Miller or Long pulling away at the last couple laps. But for a short, brief stint there, we had no idea who would actually be winning that stage. We had drivers that dominated early, fell back, and then came back. And seeing it now where it's just Miller and Long, and even those 2 drivers are heavily separated. Now that we're about to have 15 laps to go. We're about 17 right now, but 15 coming up here soon. It's pretty strange to see, and it kind of reinforces the point of this being a race of attrition. Drivers getting involved in mistakes, drivers getting involved in accidents, and trying to avoid all that and trying to come up on top. As 2 of those 4 drivers that we were talking about are out of this race, and the other 2 are still battling for the win.
Yeah, it's a very different picture now from what we were looking at the beginning of the race. And like you said, a lot of the drivers that we were talking about a lot early on, they're not in the race anymore. One of them is in the booth now, if that's any indication as to the attrition of this race. It's just been a very long and difficult night for a lot of these guys. And having 2 big wrecks like we had, I mean, you don't really see the big one at Charlotte very often, let alone 2 of them. So it's been a very strange night, and it's just completely changed the outlook of the race. Robert Miller, Matt Long, they've been consistent, they've been strong all night long. But, for some of these guys like Adam Benefiel and you, John, contenders, drivers we thought definitely had a chance to win, and just unfortunate circumstances got you guys out of the race. And so now it's a curse for you guys, but a blessing for some of these guys up front, because now they've got less competition. Robert Miller, Matt Long, they can just focus on racing each other and not being in a hornet's nest of 6 or 7 competitive cars.
Yeah, this car it'll get to the best of even the top drivers in this league, like me and Adam. This car is a handful to drive. It's so on edge, and it's just so different. Last year with the Gen 6 car, there was so much leeway with, being able to lean on the right rear and kind of skew the car out. Where now, you can't do that. There's just once you lose grip, there's rarely, you're not coming back from it once you do lose grip in those rear tires. So pretty much once you lose grip, you're just hanging on for a ride.
And we finally got a battle on the track. Lucas Huitsma has gotten to the low line here, trying to make a move on Matt Long. He had a good run through 3 and 4, but he had to lift. He got really sideways, so Matt Long was able to stay alongside, not through 1 and 2. Looks like he's going to hold the line there, and 07 going to have to make another lunge at it. Again, Lucas has slowly been reeling in Matt, so we'll see if he can get clear there. A little bit loose, but he gathers it up. And that's going to put Lucas firmly into second. Matt Long now trying to maybe strike back here, reclaim that position. But man, Matt lost a lot of time there. Not sure if he got... Oh, he got sideways coming out of turn 4. So when he got overtaken, he actually got very sideways. We'll try to find a replay of it here. So top of the 3-wide TV multicam. Matt's just trying to hold the outside lane, which again in 3 and 4 is very difficult to do.
Oh, yeah.
And just gave him... It almost looked like, John, it gave him a little bit too much room. You know, he could have pinched Lucas down to the bottom, put himself down where it was gripped. But right there, he took the high line, the way outside by the wall, put himself in the marbles, and maybe playing nice kind of cost him.
Yeah. If I was Matt right now, I would not focus on Lucas at all. I'd focus on my rear view mirror, Robert Anderson. He's 8/10 behind him. You know, that slide did heat up Matt's tires, so, you know, now he kind of has to drive it a little slower these next few laps to get the tires cooled back down. And, you know, if he doesn't do that, then that's going to affect his handling throughout the end of this run.
Yeah, those slides do heat the tires up, and the effects can be really long-lasting, too. I mean, when you heat them up and cool them down, you put the heat cycle through it, you kind of permanently mar the performance of that tire. So, like you said, just keep an eye on Anderson and make sure you can keep him behind him. Luckily, ever since that tire's cooled back down, I think Long is starting to pull away from Anderson a little bit at least. So he's kind of comfortable where he is for the time being, but yeah, not really focusing on Huitsma, just kind of focus on keeping your position, making sure you bring home that podium or the best finish that you can. And in the meantime, if you're Anderson, you're looking at that from the other perspective. You're like, okay, this guy made a mistake. He just heated up his tires. He's within striking distance. I'm going to put the pressure on this guy. I'm going to drive my car as hard as I can, try to get to that bumper. And if I can kind of push him into making another mistake and heating those tires up even more, that is exactly what I'm going to try to do. So Anderson may have had an opportunity present itself here. Just have to see what he does with it. Whoa, RJ, not sure if he was trying to give somebody room, break the draft, or maybe just got a little loose. I don't know what that was about. He cut down 4 lanes there. I think he's trying to get to Walmart in rush hour traffic.
We're about 7 laps away from finally getting into the single digits category on laps remaining. 15 to go. Miller's pulled out to an impressive lead. And I don't think anybody's going to have anything to say, but should a caution come out? And you do have 1 set of tires. Do you pit?
Absolutely. I think if you got a set of tires left and a caution comes out now, you absolutely pit.
So I may have stepped away for a moment, but yeah, I guess I would be on the same boat. But then the other question is, who has tires? I know, based on looking at the top 7, I would assume everybody does have a set of tires, because you stated we have 10 sets of tires, including the one we race on, so it's 9 during pit stops. The most in the top 6 that anybody has pit is 8. And that's assuming that they've changed tires every single time, so the top 6 for sure has at least 1 extra set of tires. 7th place, Tanner Marty. He's went down pit road 9 times. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's changed tires every single time, but if he has, he's out of tires. Ross Brockman has gone down pit road 14 times. Of course, he has not taken tires every single time, but we don't know exactly how many tires, how many sets of tires he has. So, out of the top 10, or I should say, of all the drivers who've gone down pit, who are on the lead lap, only 6 of them for sure have a set of tire remaining.
Interesting scenes for sure. I think the biggest question here as we wind down this race is if Matt Long holds on to third, he gets a podium position, do we make John interview his own teammate?
Yes.
I think that makes sense.
That is
right now,
for sure.
Lucas Huitsma 4 seconds back from Robert Miller. Matt Long in 36 seconds back from the leader, and about 5/10 ahead of Anderson, who's actually reeling him back in. The gap had extended quite a bit between Long and Anderson, but now it's kind of closing back in. So we'll see if maybe he can get to him by the end of the race. On your screen there is RJ Root. He's currently P9. He's the lucky dog if we were to get a yellow flag. And he's got Cameron Stone behind him, though it's not for position. Cameron Stone is in 6th, 17 seconds back. And, Cam, one of those drivers so far tonight that I don't think he's had the car to win. It definitely seems like it's just not quite on pace with Huitsma, Long, Miller, Anderson, but he's been consistent, and that's really paid off. He said he wanted to come into this race, get a good points day, and that was basically his only goal, and he's doing it. I mean, top 10, you can't complain, and there's not a scratch on that car. He's done a phenomenal job keeping the thing clean, keeping himself in a good position, and ultimately, going into next week, I'd say you'd have to hang your head high after this.
9 laps to go here remaining. Miller has gone on and pulled away some more already. 4.7 seconds ahead of Lucas Huitsma. And we're currently looking at your finishing results here, unless a caution comes out. So should a caution comes out to shake things up, but if it doesn't, I have a feeling there's nobody's really going to be changing any positions. Everybody's pretty much separated out. The only closest battle would be a battle for, is it 4th? Yes, battle for 4th place. Excuse me, 3rd place between Matt Long and Robert Anderson. But even then, they're still separated out quite a bit. Of course, one mistake like that, but for Matt's side, can result in a position lost. But Robert, who is 4th, is not the person that needs to be making those mistakes.
Yeah, as Robert Anderson made that mistake coming out of 4, I was just going to say he's actually consistently lapping faster than Matt Long. I was really expecting him to be able to get up there and make a challenge for 3rd by the end of this race, but that mistake just cost him so much time, and he really had to take it easy after that. That lap time after that slide was pretty slow compared to the rest of his laps, and again, the tires, once you heat them up, they're gone. They're screaming at you. They do not have the grip. You have to take it easy for so long before you can finally feel like the car's underneath you again, and it's just not something you can really afford at this point in the race. Lap 395 out of 400. You're not exactly going to be running down somebody who's a second ahead of you if your tires are screaming at you. So I think you're right, Carlos. We're kind of looking at the finishing order unless something crazy happens. And I think with the way everybody's running, I really think we should expect to see this go green.
John, looking into what's been going on today, what do you feel like your biggest takeaways for the race would have been for you had you continued to be out there? Do you think you would have had what it takes to battle for the lead, maybe even get the win?
I don't know. I really couldn't tell you that. It was really close. I really didn't have a good or good enough run where I could really pace my speed off Robert enough to just see if I was had the same speed he had on the long run. I really never got the chance to see how that would have played out. But if I did, I feel like just trying to keep the clean air, make the right strategy calls. You know, not be in a bad place when a caution does come out. You know, it kind of just got to have things go your way. And, you know, if that might have happened, I might have been able to, you know, get for the win and have a contention to race with Robert. So I don't know. We'll never know.
It is 2 to go for Robert Miller. About 1.5 laps as he gets to the back straightaway here, and no challenge from behind. I mean, he is completely secure in his position. Just has to make a few comfortable laps to the end, and then the longest race of the season will come to a close with a checkered flag. Although he gets a little bit loose coming out of turn 4. That was kind of a scary moment. You got to think that wakes you up a little bit. That gets you nervous when the car gets loose on lap 399 out of 400. The white flag has flown, and as Robert works his way through 1 and 2, so do the cars behind. Lucas Huitsma, Matt Long tailing a little ways behind. But it is the Robert Miller show. The 15 car is going to round 3 and 4 for the final time tonight in the A Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600.
Hey, nailed it.
Robert Miller wins a broadcasted race. How about that? And here come the rest of the field. Lucas Huitsma, Matt Long, 2 and 3. Robert Anderson, 4th, and running out the top 5 is going to be Ralph Hutchison. Cameron Stone just outside of the top 5 there in 6th. And the last driver on the lead lap, Tanner Marty in P7. Brockman in his first points-paying race of the league. He did run in the All-Star race, but that isn't really a points-paying debut. In his points-paying debut, Brockman gets a top 10. Not bad for a rookie. Actually, a few pretty solid rookies in this field tonight. There goes Robert Miller burning it down. What a special win for Robert to go ahead and grab that checkered flag in what may be his last race of the season, depending on circumstances. So to go out on top for the year is definitely awesome.
Well, let's go ahead and go over the final race results before.
Hoping that things play out where he can run a few more races, but we do have the final race results. Robert Miller brings home the win. Lucas Huitsma, P2. Matt Long, 3rd. Anderson, 4th. Hutchison, 5th. Cameron Stone, 6th. Tanner Marty, 7th. Ross Brockman, P8. Raymond Root, after some late race issues, still holds on to a top 10 in 9th. Dustin Hall, he ascended into the sand barrels, turned into a Beyblade for just a second, and then somehow finishes P10. Not a bad night for Dustin Hall. Taylor Stout, P11. Chad Sander, 12th. Alex Brinson, 13th. Preston McRae, 14th. Sean O'Brien Jr. had early race issues, and he's going to finish 19 laps down in P15. Chad Edwards is going to be 22 laps down, P16. Kevin Steele finishes, and he wanted us to count, 60 laps down in 17th. Jeffrey Souza, the fill-in driver, had a bit of an unfortunate night, but still brings it home top 20, P18 for Jeffrey. And looking outside of the top 18, if the graphic scrolls.
Sure will.
Perhaps. There we go. Damaris Hickenbottom, P19. That's you, John, P20.
Hey, there it is.
Blake Giglio, 21st. Dalton Mobley, 22nd. Michael Christopher, P23. Bryce Hoffman, 24th. Damian Acerenze is going to be P25. Jason Baker, 26th. Kyle Ammon, or Amoon, whatever he wants to be called, P27. Tyler Pinsino, 28th. And looking a little bit further back, just to round out the rest of the field, we have Sammy Borey, Adam Benefield, J.C. Gibson, Jason Taylor, Neil Pearson, Randy Drumhiller, Ryan Ducombe, and Bryson Alexander, rounding out the field in 36th. And now it's going to be time to get into some post-race interviews. We'll start out with third place finisher, your teammate, John. He's with you, Matt Long.
Hey, Matt. This is John up in the booth. How we doing?
What up, John? Doing well, man.
How's it feeling? You feeling all right after this long race?
You know, as soon as I took that white flag and got the checker, my body just went limp. I'm beat.
I bet. I few questions for you here. First question is, how did you adapt to the constant change of the track throughout the race?
Yeah, we were mostly playing with left rear tire pressure, so car was really stable in all conditions, and just a couple small tweaks here or there kept us balanced. And then, man, just trying to figure out what we were missing on Robert. He had a rocket ship, especially in the long run. So something fundamental. But other than that, it was an awesome race.
Yeah, for sure. Another question I have is, how did all those cautions mix up the race?
You know, for us, it wasn't. They weren't too bad. There was one time early in the race, as you know, that we got a yellow, and just a couple of us came down pit road and thought it was going to hurt us on tire strategy at the end, but ended up being all right. So overall, it wasn't a big deal for us.
Yeah, yes, it was definitely different type of race. Probably different than most of us would have expected for a race like this. Lastly, who'd you like to thank for your run tonight?
Yeah, I want to thank my teammates, you, Ralph, Taylor, especially Taylor. Me and him grinded this week on the setup, and feels good to be able to come out here, small shop with us too, and compete with some of these big dogs Coke setups. So really appreciate Taylor's work on that, and I also wanted to thank Executive Barbers for being on the car, Suwanee, Georgia, and all my friends and family out there watching.
All right, good run, a third place finish. It's always a good run, especially after a long race like this. So congratulations.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Matt Long out of the booth, and now Carlos, I believe you've caught up with Lucas Huitsma.
Oh, I have. Oh, that does not plan well with what I was planning on doing. Hold on, let me just go ahead and change this over into a second. You did not finish third.
So Carlos, to sum it up, Carlos has not caught up with Lucas Huitsma.
No, but Lucas, I have caught up with him now. Lucas, you ended up finishing second in this mammoth of a race. Can you take us over what you first expected this race to be, and overall what you did to end up finishing in second here tonight?
Well, I expected this race to be long, and it was. But I expected more yellows than we had, even though we had a few. But I don't know. I think it went a little quicker than I was expecting. I was holding up pretty good to the last 50 laps, and I was around there just kind of half sleeping, trying to get it. Once up past Matt, it was just clear track and nothing else to think about. And I can't really remember what happened at the beginning of the race because it felt like it was yesterday. So, well, actually, technically, it was yesterday if you're on the Eastern time zone. But just it's all about strategy and keeping your car clean. And I almost didn't do that, clipped the wall early, but luckily the car wasn't too bad, and I was able to keep it clean.
That's good to hear. And did you find yourself were you able to keep your concentration on those last couple hundred miles? And I know usually it's 400, 500. And only one time a year is at 600 miles. And did it go through your head? Were you mentally fatigued? And not only that, are you physically fatigued after this race?
All of the above. Those last 100 miles, it really adds on to the race. It doesn't seem like much more, 100 more miles than a typical cup race, but those last 100 miles really take the life out of you. And my left foot is killing me, my head is killing me, but we got it done here in P2 somehow.
Is there anything you feel like you could have done differently to get the win?
Maybe not hit the wall on early in the run. I really don't know if it was affecting me, but I don't think I could have beat Robert there. He was just driving away no matter what I did.
Very well said. Well, before we let you go, you have any shout outs you want to give out?
First and foremost, big shout out to Robert, building setups all season, all year. He's got to go for the rest of the season pretty much, I think. And huge shout out to him. He's been such a help. Man, tough time concentrating right now. CTC Racing, yeah,
you guys for doing the broadcast. Of course, that was probably rough for you guys too, trying to think of stuff to talk about. Everybody stayed up to watch this. Big shout out to you guys. Always joy to see people watching in the chat. And my teammates too. Can't forget them. Chad, Mike, Blake will be our new teammate next week, and Andre, team owner. Everybody. All right, that's about it for me.
Thank you so much. We wish you a good recovery period, and hopefully you wake up tomorrow and are charged and ready to take on the day of watching many, many miles of racing.
Thank you, sir. I'm heading bed.
Yeah.
All right, an exhausted Lucas Huitsma out of the booth. And I can't really blame him. I think we're all exhausted at this point. But we got one more interview, and it is going to be with our race winner, Robert Miller. Let's bring him up. Robert Miller, you got a copy?
I got you.
Well, Robert, they said that you couldn't win a broadcasted race. Well, you proved them wrong. In
I
what
forgot
may
to hit
be...
live.
Oh, never mind. None of it was broadcasted. But no, a great win in what may be your last race of the season. Going out for the year on top. How does it feel?
Yeah, it felt good. Go figure. Like the last 3 weeks, I've had a car that's can basically get a win if I wanted to, and I'm leaving now. Go figure. So, but yeah, I glad some hard work is paying off. Had some time to be able to focus on it, and it's paying off again. Yeah, it's been a heck of a year. I gotta go. Real life's having fun with my life, and so I gotta do some stuff. Blake Giglio's gonna take my spot. He's gonna do well, I think. So LM's in a good hands.
Absolutely, Robert. It was a very long and difficult race. We just talked to Lucas, and he sounded pretty well exhausted. How you holding up after that race?
I'm fine. I had 2 practice races this week. I had Wednesday night, which I won the 600 for the official iRacing. I won that one. And then Friday night I ran that one as well. So I'm kind of used to the 600 miles at this point. I was a little sketchy though to start the race. I was everybody was playing about loose, but I think I was wrecking loose pretty good there, and it showed. I almost wrecked the car anyway. Luckily, adjustment that I knew would worked well for the car, and it made it come back to life, and it was smooth sailing from there.
Now, towards the end of that race, we had a restart with about 50 laps to go. And you had some pretty stout competition behind you. You had Matt Long, you had Lucas Huitsma. Now, Matt Long, all night long, had really good short run speed. It seemed like that's where he shined. He might have been a little bit quicker than you on the short run, actually. And then you would excel at the long run, and that's where you would pull away from him. Was there any concern towards the end of that race that maybe you were going to get a late race caution? And if you did, what were you going to do about the short run speed behind you?
I wasn't terribly concerned myself. I know I could push the car even harder to start the race if I needed to. I never really pushed the car as fast as I could to start the run. I never had to, which says something about the car. And it helped the long run be able to do that. So that's just all part of the game there. And luckily I had the car underneath me to hold on to it.
Absolutely. The car was a rocket ship all night long. Definitely class of the field. Robert, congratulations on the win. Before we let you go, is there any shout outs you'd like to make?
Yes, first of all, Logitech G Altus Esports. I said it right this time. They gave me crap last time I did this. Logitech G Altus Esports. They are an awesome team. We've been rocking it this year, getting even better. And it's just good times ahead, I think, for the team. Second of all, my wife, she's sleeping right now. And luckily, she lets me do this thing on Saturday nights still, even though I'm gone a lot. So thanks for her. Thank you for Andre for giving me the invite to LMM, and we're having some good times this year. Got some good stuff out of it. And thank you to you all. This is a fun league. I love this league. And sorry, John, for wrecking you. I really didn't mean it.
Oh no, I'm gonna wreck you whenever you race next time. All right?
That's fine, because I'm gonna wreck everybody, because it'll be for nothing for me.
All right. Well, again, congratulations, Robert, and we'll let you go celebrate.
Yeah, man, appreciate it.
Robert Miller out of the booth, and that is going to conclude the post-race coverage. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sticking with us through this very long race. And John, I want to thank you for stopping by the booth and helping out. Again, we were kind of understaffed for this broadcast, and always nice to have a helping hand. We greatly appreciate that. And again, a big shout out to you, Carlos, for doing double duty, commentating, working the cameras. That is more multitasking than I think I could ever handle. So phenomenal job and a big thank you. But
I
that
was
will...
doing a third thing while we were doing interviews. I was also ordering me a hot dog. So triple duty, you would say.
It's like 1 a.m. on the East Coast.
I don't care. I've been hungry since 9.
Yeah, but who's delivering hot dogs at 1 a.m.?
I have connections.
Okay, well, anyway, triple duty for Carlos, and a big shout out to, again, all of you for tuning in. We will catch you next week.